And we are back. Very sorry about the technical difficulties, um, uh, but our broadcast PC decided it needed to reboot itself uh, at a very unfortunate time for us. So we are back and running. The Obviously the race is still going on. Uh, nothing, Nothing has changed. I say nothing has changed. I think we had a report of one of the LMP cars. Was it? Next Level Racing, I think, had an issue entering the pits and maybe crunched the pit wall. But we should be back up, and the YouTube stream should be back live. Vitor, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Awesome, awesome.
You
We know
didn't lose me.
yep, nope. We just want to make sure. So make sure everybody's back where they're supposed to be. So I want to see if I can find. My guess is I won't be able to. I will not. So unfortunately, we can't show you the replay of the incident because our software, of course, obviously was not running at the time of the incident. So see if we can find that car.
So pretty much what I've been watching, nothing unusual has happened. Pretty much just LMP cars lapping the GT cars, and from what I can see, the most exciting thing right now is that Porsche Sport is closing in on Team Slow Pace. They're less than 1 second difference going into the final chicane.
See if we can find Porsche Sport.
It's the car
Yep.
911. Yeah.
Yep.
So they're really close coming to a source, passing the start. Oh, no, start finishing.
Yep. So yep, they looks like their lap time was about a second faster than Slow Pace in that last lap. As we see some lappers moving forward, and Porsche Sport did not look like they were very happy about that because he kind of got in the middle of the battle there for a brief point in time. See if he can. Let's follow Porsche Sport. See if he can work his way back up into position to pass car number 8, Team Slow Pace.
Yeah, the hard part about multi-class racing is that sometimes you have faster cars approaching when you are close to position, to battle for a position, and to pass an opponent. But yeah, it's just unlucky. But it's part of racing. Sometimes the LMP cars as well will have a GTE car coming up on them or on the track. They'll be coming up to it, and one of them might be lucky going through and might get slowed.
Yeah, I think it averages out over the course of the race. I think you can lose time being lapped or lapping somebody, but I think or waiting to lap somebody, and I think that there are times that you'll get that back because the people you're battling with are also having to deal with that traffic. So I think it ends up being a wash for the most part, but Um,
Hmm.
so but you don't know. So sometimes it is and sometimes not. But it looks like that uh, Porsche has made its way back up to the tail of Team Slow Pace,
Yeah,
and looks
like
like
it.
there's
Let's
no,
see.
yeah, no traffic behind, so it doesn't look like they're going to get any lappers working their way through. So see if he can get a good run through Eau Rouge and Rayon to go up to Kimmel Straight and maybe get that good toe and make his way around.
Indeed, it does seem they have if they can actually pass or just stay behind and as a tactical move, but it does
Yeah,
seem it's not good enough.
no, just not close enough yet. So the next opportunity obviously will be either um, in a heavy braking zone, um, or looks like that Porsche Sports is being really patient for the time.
Yeah, I don't know if they could be staying behind as a sort of saving fuel, having the low and saving fuel for the to extend their stand one lap and get the going, get the position.
Right. Try and do the overcut maneuver.
Yeah, the overcut.
So let's
Usually,
see. So, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say usually on the broadcast and undercuts, but not too much about broadcuts.
Yeah. So I'm just being very patient still.
Oh, and
Nope.
here,
It looks like that.
there it goes.
It looks like that. Team Slow Pace is pitted, so that kind of ends the battle for the time being. Good. Ray Rivard of Roman Sim Sport. As we see Fuga making their way through yet more lap traffic.
So the absolute fastest lap of the race is at the hands of Pierre Benoit, which is currently driving the Fuga
Hmm.
car number 102. It was on lap 152, which is quite late in the race. Usually, you see the fastest lap being done in the early stages, and then traffic sets in, everything
Right.
gets scattered around. You can't get a clean lap.
Yes, Alexander Trishan from FFW Kislinko. Looks like that he has a 1.7-second lead over Sebastian Samdow um, with Turn 1 Pro divers.
Yeah, a very small gap actually. They have each other on their side, on each other's sides. That's sure. We just passed the 6 hour and 10 minute mark, and having all of these battles going on so close, it's exciting to see and what's going to happen and where these teams are going to end up at the end of the race.
As you can see, you've got we've got the battle for sixth place up there um, with FFW Kislinko. There's a lap car running some sport between them, but the gap's now 2.3 seconds.
And it does seem that turn one is having some. Oh, they came into the pits right now. Probably why they didn't go so aggressive to pass them. But Alexander Trinals as well.
hmm So they're both in the pits for their stop, which puts them actually that puts Shawshank obviously as the top in class, and that puts them a lap down to Shawshank.
Um, uh, the, which doesn't seem. Shawshank has been averaging the 03 second mark, while FFW Kislenko has also been averaging the same lap times, a bit slower sometimes, but
Mhm.
the pace is there. So it's just there's must have happened something.
Yep, it's very possible. Yeah, the fun part about this is it's multi-class racing, and we get to watch 24 hours of it. The bad part is you can't watch every car on the track all the time. So
Yeah.
you don't know if something may have happened, if they've had if they've had an accident, or they're just a little off the pace for the rest of them, for the rest of the class. But you can definitely tell that the that nighttime has fallen at Spa. So now we're getting just lots and lots of headlights.
So just a little update on the battle that we were following into the pit stops. It does seem that turn one pro drivers came out ahead, and FFW is still in the pits.
There's FFW.
Something must have happened.
Yeah, maybe they've taken they're getting damage repaired, or not seeing a driver change.
Oh, it does seem that there was a penalty to be served. I don't know
Uh,
when it was. By Alexander Trishan. I don't know when it was served or applied to him, but it might be the explanation to the
that,
delay.
I think that's a very good explanation.
Right now, Shawshank is really comfortable in the lead, 2 laps up the second position car at the moment in class. So they're set for a good finish, at
Absolutely.
least
Yeah, well,
6 hours
we
in.
say that now. Yeah, we're 6 hours into a 24-hour race, so it's looking good for now. How about that? As we see Freaky Fast Racing on the screen, working their way through the traffic. Shout out to the VenomWorks Endurance. I'm not sure how many times they've been brought up, but they're having a very quiet race, but very good race. Looks like they're currently P3 in that LMP2 class. As we've learned the name of Yale Peter Hoogland, um, and its proper pronunciation. That's the most important thing, and I hope I got it right. So
I get anxious just thinking pronouncing names. It's it's probably the hardest part about running or broadcasting
yes,
a series where you have people from all over the world.
yeah,
Definitely fun though.
that is definitely fun. But yes, that is definitely um, the most difficult part is trying to get the proper um, pronunciation and accents on driver names, because the last thing you want to do is pronounce their name wrong and it be a word that is not appropriate for streaming for whatever reason. Um, we see the iRacing software highlighting. Well, they were highlighting Turn One Pro. Now they're over to the Quality Control Racing GTEM. Thomas McDonald. I feel pretty comfortable that that's the correct pronunciation for that. Then Gabriel Early, Ronin Simsport. Robin Zitful from MJR, continuing to run well in P2 overall.
FW just being passed by MJR, and they are out on track with was quite a long pit stop, but it's good that they're out. They're out again.
Yes, definitely.
Ooh,
Let's see.
next level
Christian Van.
racing LMP1. Just
Yep, Christian
yeah,
Van
going a bit
Strelen.
wide.
Yep, a little bit wide. That is, I think that's one of the good things about Spot. There are some nice runoff areas before you end up eating wall. So um, at least that you can take a couple off tracks and not damage yourself further.
I mean, it's a good thing and a bad thing as well. Like it's racing, real life racing drivers. Some like it, some don't. It makes you consider getting a bit wide in those areas just to get an advantage. Although we know that in iRacing it's not, you get penalized for it, but not so much I mean, in real life racing you also have it, but it can be sometimes a bit less strict, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is, each track is configured, like the real track, but then iRacing has its differences. So obviously our previous 24-hour race was at Le Mans. Very few places to get off tracks, but very many places to get massive slowdowns, time penalties. And I think Spa is a little different. I think there's really only a couple of spots that you can get a time penalty, but there's a lot of places to get off tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. The most crucial part to get right is definitely after the corner after a rouge, let's say.
Ready on?
Right, exactly. That
Yes,
name, that name.
yes.
Which, if you get it too wrong, you can get a really slow down. And that's on a camel straight. It's not the best time
That
to get it.
that's a massive penalty, because as we know, iRacing slowdown penalties are notoriously difficult to clear. It seems like if you get a 1 second penalty, it takes 5 seconds of slow of slow racing in order to get that second cleared off. Um, and yeah, it's the exit of Radeon. If you don't get it right, if you're over to the left or over to the right, and you get that slowdown up Kimmel, it just kind of really ruins the lap time. As we're sitting here looking at the Leo Racing team. So there's obviously some pretty good um, battles that iRacing is identifying as exciting. Is essentially lots of lap traffic getting in the way of cars running. Um, MJR having to work his way through both classes. Um, First GTE, then LMP2.
Ooh, a little slight touch there from Core Sim Sport. I don't know if I'm saying the name, the team. Yeah, Core Motorsport is just turning in a bit early and having some contact. At least that's what it seemed.
And this looks to be a battle for position between turn one. Um,
And Venom works. Venom
yep,
works.
yep. It's like about 4/10 of a second between the two cars, and that's a battle for P7.
Which is second of third of the class, which is the podium. Yeah. So seventh overall and third for class.
Oh wow, you're right.
Yeah. And to note that the second place in class all the way to the I'd say so second sixth place, they are all in the same lap. So the field is pretty wide open, I'd say.
Yeah, and relatively close. after almost 6.5 hours to be four cars within about 40 seconds of each other. That's pretty significant.
Yeah. Ooh, just cutting across there. It seems the GTE car wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yep. I'm gonna say he's not happy.
It's one of those things. Sometimes you gotta take those gaps. It's a bit aggressive, but it can give you an advantage over your LMP um, the opponent, let's say.
Wow, that was
SCCR Motorsports
is it
really
who that was? Yeah,
taking the
t- the real wide line through Radion. Looked like he may have got a little understeery through there.
track time still remain the same even after close to 1 hour has passed, or at least, yeah, close to 1 hour. We should really see the track time going even more cold when we get to the deep deep into the night, let's say
Right.
after midnight.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how much colder we're going to get. It being like May 2nd. Um, you know, upper teens, so probably another 7-ish degrees, possibly, um, for track decrease.
Oh,
But late spring at Spa, I'm not really sure what the standard temperatures would be like.
it did seem Venom gapped, but they decided to move on the Camel Straight. And gotta tell you, these LMP2 cars with the tow, they get a real advantage out of that, as
Hmm.
they are heavy on the downforce.
Yeah, they get a lot of speed advantage up through Kimmel, um, which is good. But then depending on where you encounter traffic, I think as we've seen a couple of times today, not necessarily great, because those speed differences into the braking zone can catch you out if you're not careful.
Yeah, it does seem like Venomworks is taking the more safe approach and being really patient with the traffic lapping, as they just lost close to
Well,
1.5 seconds.
well, got quality
Oh,
control racing in the AM with an off track, a little spin. Let's see if we can get that on replay. Ooh, not sure from that angle if he had a little help, but I'm sure if he did, that will be going to the stewards for review.
yeah, it does seem there was a bit of contact there between the car number 69 and car number 10. Not really fighting for position each other, but well, sometimes these contacts happen. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if the stewards will look into it. if there's any necessity of it.
Absolutely.
On our screens, we have the overall winner. I mean, I don't want to jinx it. Sorry. The overall leader. The overall leader. Just coming through the lap traffic. Um, we can see GT cars, LMP cars, everything.
Yeah, I think at this point, with the lead he has, he can afford to be very patient and take his time working his way through traffic.
Absolutely. It's like a quarter of the race gone, and already 2 laps ahead with 20 seconds, with a 20-second gap to the car. So two laps and 20 something seconds.
That seems like a lot of math, Vitor. Um, so
Yeah, just keep it simple.
yeah,
Keep it
yeah,
simple.
yeah. Two. We'll just say 2+. We'll say 2+ laps. Um, we were commenting earlier about the gap, how tight that racing was. It looks like that Sebastian Samdow in the Turn 1 Pro car has increased his lead over Yale Hooglin in the Venomworks car to about 2.6 seconds. So that battle is kind of on hold for now. We'll see if that gap decreases during the course of the race. I'm sure it will do something. It won't remain 2.5 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. A lot can happen.
Yeah, we, since you weren't with us for the first couple of, there's a spin. That's Banzu RX, Carlos Ruiz. In the bus stop chicane, which I think they just call the chicane now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the old layout until 2005, 2006, we used it used to be the bus stop. Now it's just called chicane or final chicane. I don't know. It just went a bit wide there. It might have been the marbles playing its role there as
Let's see if we can go back and take a look. Yeah, just I think maybe just a little too hard on the power, and kind of lost the rear end. Could have been the marbles. Could just been, at this point you don't know how old their tires are. So it could have been just a little too much power for the tire usage. Um,
true. These cars are not really good at let's say you demanding too much of them of the tires at on the second stint, it's gonna bite back.
Yeah, and like even those little half spins we've seen several, but it still hasn't been horrible as far as spins and things like that from overly aggressive driving or um, wearing the tires out. So once again, we want to give kudos to the drivers because the race has been so much better than we could have hoped for thus far. Just some really good driving and really clean racing.
I'd just like to point out that even the teams that had a rough start, let's say, that are not that are a bit one or two laps down to the leaders of their respective classes, they still have plenty of battles to go. For an example, car number 10 on the quality control racing AM um, has the is it currently in position 11 and has the P10 car 6 seconds ahead of him and the 12th car 8 seconds behind. So even these tiny races, we're just like one quarter into the race, so these can still there's still plenty of places to grab for these teams.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty. There's 17 plus hours of racing left. So yeah, it's far from over. Um, and but we'll look forward to watching some more of it and see how it all ends up. My guess is there'll be some twists and turns during the course of the night, which of course will be off broadcast, but we will bring everybody back up to speed for I call the morning shift the last 6 hours of the race. The final shift, we'll call it that.
Yeah. So it seems that there's not many action, not that much action going on. The tightest gap we actually have in the field, I was just checking, is the P3 and P4 of the LMP2 cars, which is the Turn 1 Pro and Venom Works that we were following like a couple laps ago. But yeah, everything is a bit slow, let's say. I mean, they're going fast, but it's it's still
Yeah, yeah. It's the once again we call it the lull. Is when you get into these races, there's just not a lot to talk about, and there's only so many words that we can say over the course of a 5 hour broadcast stint, as we're going to attempt to do here. So we will just let everybody kind of watch and let our racing pick out some on track activity, and we'll chime in when we need to. Um, And there you can see the gap in that final podium position at LMP2 class from the view of Sebastian Samdo. Kind of look back and take a look at Yale Hooglands in Venom Works. See, they just catch the headlights of the car behind.
So yeah, I was actually taking a look at their lap times, and it does seem that Turn 1 Pro has the pace advantage at this point, as they are sometimes dipping into the low 0.3 second laps. Um, and the team Venom Works has only been able to mid 0.3s. So there's the difference there. Of course, across multiple laps, the gap is going to widen, and that's probably the result that we're seeing right now on our screens.
Definitely. There is Carlos Ruiz with Banzu RX Flow in second place in class, but a lap plus down to the class leader Shawshank Racing. So just as you said that, Vitor, that Venom Works picked up 0.8 of a second in that last lap. So maybe whoop, off track. That's Garage 69.
Oh yeah, I was seeing that coming up. Don't really know what happened.
Let's take a look and see what we can see here. Just make sure that this version. There we go. Ooh, just like a collision avoidance. I believe it's from this accident. Let's see. It's Thomas McDonald in yeah, just caught the inside curb, spun the car. Of course, there was a couple cars behind that had to avoid.
No major issues, just a tiny scare. As
Yep, yep, just a few incident points issued. Um, but doesn't appear like anybody's damaged, so which is great news.
Yeah, it does seem that Thomas ended up losing a position to car 691, which is garage 69 plus one. An interesting, a good name. Uh, yeah, but they are 3 seconds ahead, so it's not everything lost. Just made a mistake, but still in contention, let's say.
That's just another sign of good driving all the way around. We had a little incident, but nobody got collected, and nobody collected anybody else. So that's good to see. Still watching those lap times between Turn One Pro and Venomworks. The gap's now under 3 seconds. So looks like Yale is trying to make up some ground. So this may turn into a battle yet again. I think that Carlos Ruiz for Banzu actually pitted that last lap, which takes Turn 1 Pro up to P2 in class. And I think that Venomworks pitted as well. So I think what we'll see is Turn 1 Pro come into the pits in the next couple of laps. My thinking is that they're all still pretty close on pit strategies and pitting.
cars coming for their bits.
Yeah, shaking up the order a little bit. We'll see how they all shake. I think that what I'm seeing is Shawshank is probably on their outlap. Oh,
It does say
just
that Shawshank went to the bits last time, 100, lap
yep.
179.
hmm Um,
We're coming up on 192, so
yeah,
they should.
yeah. I just looked to see that Turn One Pros also just started their on their pit exit now, so they just completed their pit stop and they dropped down the order a few places. And then again, they're just right back up there. So as I'm watching the delay in our software, um, as it tries to resort everyone. Get a view of Alan Sorensen from Team Slowdown Engineering.
So just an interesting note. Last time we talked about um, incident points was close to 1 hour ago,
Right?
and the leaders Fuga only have 7. But the surprising thing is Stage 1 Racing with are currently in P3 only have one incident
Wow.
point.
One incident point for 7 hours of driving. That's amazing. And
That's the
they're not.
craziest thing.
Yeah, and they're. It's not like they're driving slowly. They're running. You know, in the top five in their class. So I think they just dropped them down to P4, and now P5. But still, that's a pretty miraculous accomplishment.
Absolutely. I couldn't do better.
I definitely couldn't.
And that's why I'm sitting here in the broadcasting channel.
That's right. That's why I'm sitting here talking about it and not racing in it.
So it does seem like that with all of this pit stops thing, we don't have on our screen, but it was very close to us. Adam Kell, just a tiny bit behind, had the P11 right before him, right after, how should I say,
right behind him.
behind it.
Yep, yep,
Behind it.
yep,
Yes.
yeah. I'm looking at that now. Adam Kell in the car number 237, Legends Racing. Um, is his Alexander Trishan of FFW Kislinko is about 2.5 seconds behind, and then another 4 seconds back to car number 29, Rico Kohlmeyer. Is about 4 seconds back, so you got three cars within about 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I was checking as well. Really crazy. 7 hours and 7 seconds. That sounds about right.
Yep. And we've managed to do this without any full course yellows like the 24 Hours of Daytona, um, who had numerous full course cautions. And I'm talking about the real life event, um, the IMSA race, which managed to keep the field bunched up, which made for very exciting racing. Um, but we have no s- no such abilities here. So it's drive for as long as you can, as fast as you can.
Exactly. To note that it's Adam Cal first lap on this stint, as the he did on this car was on lap 114. We are currently on lap 192. So he's coming out for another stint, and he has all of this, all of these drivers right behind him. No pressure, no pressure,
No,
Adam.
no pressure at all. So Vizor, I guess we can have the conversation. You and I were the first two drivers in our 24 Hours of Daytona event um, a couple of weeks ago in the iRacing service, and so you started the race off for the team, and then I jumped in and ran some laps, and then you jumped back in. So it's so yeah. So how much of that when you jump back in the car was okay? How many spots can I make up, and how much of it was how do I just keep the car in one piece? So what's your thought
Uh,
process?
well, to be honest, after you get out of the car and you get back in, it's a little bit weird because you're like 2 hours out of the car. So you have to get the racing feeling again, get the adrenaline pumping. But so the first thing was I had some pace and I wanted to make some positions up. Um, but it didn't work out that way actually. Um,
I wasn't going to talk about
I
that. I wasn't going to talk. I wasn't going to bring that up. Um, but
yeah.
even after all that, we still end up with a good finish. So I'm more than happy with what we did. So all right, so we've
Hmm.
got Carlos Ruiz, Banzu RX Flow. Um, that is a battle for position. Uh, Between him and Sebastian Samdow of Turn One Pro Divers. The gap is 0.3 of a second. So we'll focus on this for a bit and see what kind of run Sebastian can get coming out of Radion up with Kimmel. Oh, he's right up on him.
Oh, he's really
And
going for
and
it.
he's got the inside line. And there we go. There's the pass. That puts Turn One Pro up into P2 in class with very, very good move, very clean. I think Carlos took the smart approach and just let that battle die for the time being. No need to force that issue with 17 hours left in the race.
Oh, but I don't think he can relax yet, Charles, as it seems that car number 18 on the Venom Works Endurance is right behind him as well.
Indeed, he is. You can see
Three
him in the
car
background of that screen of that shot.
in
Yep, 2 seconds back.
The interesting part about this is that both both Banzu car number 17 and Venomworks pitted on lap 188, and Turn 1 Pro, which is currently running P2 as they overtook Banzu, they pitted in lap 190. So definitely the Turn 1 Pro has the upper.
Yep, I think so. So they should be able to extend that lead, and then they'll get the benefit of Banzu having to pit first. Hopefully, they can find some. Maybe they'll find some clean track, or maybe not. So let's watch this battle. So the gap is now between Banzu and Venomworks. The gap's now right at 2 seconds. So it's pretty stable. But we'll keep an eye on it. The gap in front to Turn One Pro is 0.8, as you can see that right there on the screen.
I mean, already Turn 1 Pro has the upper hand with a pit delta, but it does seem like they have the perfect opportunity to just run with this place, um, and get a gap on Venomworks, which would seem to be the direct competitor to them.
Yeah. Yes. I think you may be right. Not to be not. Banzu had a really good qualifying, so um, this may be the weaker of their team. So he's getting a stint in, and you may have faster drivers coming in after he gets out of the car. We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. The gap to in front is now 1.6. The gap behind to Venomworks is 3.2 seconds. So maybe Venomworks got caught up with dealing with traffic. And so we'll just kind of keep an eye on it. Let's see if we can get this. I always like this shot from looking back so you can see the gaps between the cars. And these are the cars that you see on track together. You'll see the headlights. You'll see the distance, the gaps between the positions.
It's like one of those cameras when you see someone running and you see the danger behind. Then just
Yes,
need to cue
that's
the dramatic music here.
yes, that is exactly what that is. That is okay. There is the predator versus the prey at this point. And Yale Hoogland in the Venomworks car has brought that gap down to just under 3 seconds. Uh, and the gap between P2 and P3 is now 2.3. So I don't think this battle's quite over yet. So we'll just kind of keep a monitor on it. Then we'll pop down. I see another another position battle a little further down in the LMP2 class that we can highlight.
Bring attention, Charles, that Banzu qualified P1 in their class. Actually realized that, and it does seem that Turn 1 Pro qualified sixth in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think Banzo had a really good qualifying run.
And they're
I think that I think both Banzu and Turn One have have not necessarily over the course of the season have not had their results work out the way that their qualifying times have been. So it's good to see them running up toward the front, the sharp end of the stick, so to speak. So let's stay in the LMP2 category and we'll drop down. You know, you mentioned Adam Kell earlier. Um, this is his battle. So with Legends Racing, as you can see, right behind him is Alexander Trishan in the FFW Kislinko car, and then if you look back about
you had
2.5 seconds, you see the Rona Simsport car of piloted by Rico Kohlmeyer. And that's the battle for currently in 9th, 10th, and 11th in class. So there are at least still some position battles on the track that we can highlight and uh, give some shout outs to some teams that may or may not that may not always be up toward the front. But it's good to have them in here, and it's good to see them competing 7 hours into a 24-hour race.
That's true. The field is comprised of everybody. Yeah, so it's everybody that's here is and other teams that couldn't make it. They're all welcome to participate. And of course, the ones that are not here are missed. But these teams that are running are really special for putting this event together.
Yep,
Without them, we couldn't have this awesome race that we're having.
definitely.
And
Yep, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, as you can see, that gap's now down to under a second between Adam Kell and Alexander Trishan.
yeah, and it does seem that this battle is a lot more tighter than the ones at the front that we were watching earlier, as they are all pitted on the same lap.
Oh, excellent. So
So
this is
interesting to see.
this may be a battle that may rage for a bit, and
Yeah, exactly. It might be interesting to see if Kislenko Racing Alexander really wants to pass Adam Cal or just stay behind and save some fuel to try and extend his stint. Not trying to give anyone ideas in chat, okay? I'm sorry. It does seem sometimes my connection is a bit not good.
yeah, it's okay. So as we can see, as you look at the on the battle box, that battle for P12, as you can see, Garage 69 will be working his way, their way through this battle over the next lap or so. kind of pushed Ronin SimSport back to about 4.3 seconds behind. Sometimes it's always about where you catch the traffic.
Exactly. It sometimes doesn't go in our favor. Sometimes it's part of racing. I really enjoy multi-class racing for this. Even if I'm not in the fastest class, I it's a different kind of feeling. Like it's not that speed is not rewarded here. Of course, it pays out a lot more.
Yep. So Legends Racing taking the defensive line in endless source, trying to keep a potential for a pass to the inside. But looks as if Kislenko's got a good run coming up Kimmel Straight. Did not make a move, but definitely brought that battle a lot closer together. And it looks as if um, to add to this party, Ronin SimSport is actually making up some of that gap. That gap's now down to like 3.5 seconds.
Let's see here how we are catching up to two lap GT cars. How's this gonna play out? It does seem that Adam Cow went ahead, and Alexander got stuck behind GTE car, which gives Ronin SimSport the chance to close up a lot. He took like one second at least on that section.
Yeah, he really made up quite a bit of gap there. So it's now 2.5 seconds between three cars on track. Like I said, battle for position. So I think the best hope for I think the thing that Adam will hope for is that Alexander and Rico start battling amongst each other, and allowing him to get himself a little more gap away from these two. So we'll see how that plays out. As you see, Ronin passing actually their sister car in the GTE field. Quarter second. Oh, ever so close, ever so close. Not quite enough to try and make the dive. And I use that term very loosely. We don't want people diving. but so, but not enough to make the pass to the inside. Let's call it that. That sounds better.
Oh, and something quite interesting showed up on my relative right now. It does seem that car number 88 of Leo Racing Team just is 7.5 ahead of Adam Cal.
I do see that. And that's the 88 car Leo Racing. Let's go back and look and see if there's anything that may have happened.
I think they came out of the pits. They pitted on
Okay.
lap 199, and we are on lap 200, so it might be that.
Okay. Yep. I think that might be it.
Leo
So back to
Racing
down
Team
to,
needs the holder. Yeah, sorry.
nope, that's okay. So we're back down to that 0.4 of a second gap into the chicane.
Oh, this is close as ever. And we have LMP1. Oh, LMP1 has the boost, so it just goes by.
Yeah, he'll just go away.
Or is he going
Oh,
to try
there
to
it is.
move? It
There's
does
the move to the
seem.
inside, and he makes the move around. So that takes FFW Kislinko up to P11 over Legends Racing. It was just a good move, just a nice basic move to the inside at the top end of the straight to get the position advantage. And once again, still early in the race, not many are going to fight that. But see, Ronan Simsport also um, closing up the
Right
gap.
behind. Exactly. I would like to point out that Alexander really was very opportunistic there, because there was a GTE car passing coming up, and it did seem that Adam Kell got a bit stuck on Rivage behind that car, and No Name making widening the gap to Kislenko Racing.
Indeed, and it looks like that.
Cars.
Looks like Ronan's had to drop back a little bit. Whoop,
Oh, Adam
I
just missed
was,
the breaking point
I
a
was going
bit.
to say, made a he made up about 3/10 of a second through the chicane there, so that battle might not be over with yet. So we'll continue to monitor this as I look to see if I can find how to turn off the track map.
And now it does seem that Ronan Simsport, oh, just peeking out, not really going for the move there, but he did threaten it. Would be dive bomb.
Here we go. I knew it was there somewhere. Just had to find the right button. So we're about 4 minutes
Kislenko
away from.
decreasing.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to say we're about 4 minutes away from our next advertising break, I believe.
That's true. I'd like to point out that Leo Racing Team, that was 7 seconds ahead, is now currently less than 5 seconds ahead of Legend of Kislenko Racing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So we have P9, P11, almost to P8, making this a four-way battle.
Yep. And I will mention that says P12 on the screen for Legends Racing. That it's actually P8 in class. So we're talking about now the gap of about 7 seconds between P6 and P9 in the LMP2 class.
Uh, Let me just correct
Yeah, okay.
there. No, it does seem it's P8. Leo Racing Team is P8, I think. That's at least what's showing me on the relative. And Ronin is P11. So it's from 8th to 11th
Okay.
with a 5 second on a 5 second gap. We have four cars. It's really interesting. And the Leo Racing team keeps losing time. I don't know if they have damage lamp. Well, I can't see anything in the dark. It's not like they're very much out of pace. They did a driver change on lap
Oh,
199.
okay. I think that's, whoop, there's one off.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Let's try that replay again. Nope. Yep. Just a little, I don't know, does that look like it might have been, maybe, late on the entry to that corner? Kind of looked like he kind of drove it too deep.
I say he carried a bit too much speed and still tried to make the corner early, which he had to miss it to make it safe. But just a spin, a half spin, let's say. We've seen some of those, especially in that section there.
Yes. As we focus back on our leader, we've got Marius Danhausen in the car now for Fugasim Sport. And we're at the top of the hour. So we're going to take a break for our sponsors, Unified Potential, and Swindon Care Center, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
And welcome back. We'd like to again thank Unified Potential, Swindon Care Centers for their sponsorship of this event. Also, just to let you know that Swindon Care Center is a charity, and so if you would like to make a donation, you will find their Just Giving link in the description for the YouTube channel. But once again, we thank them for their support and allowing us to put on these events for you. So let's go through the field and take a look at what's going on. As we can see, we have Fugasim Sport still out front, leading the pack in the LMP1, with Marius Downhausen driving. In P2, we have Robin Zipfel from the MGR Racing team. We have Lucas White in Garage 69 in P3. And we have Christian Van Streeland in the Next Level Racing by SJS Esports, the LMP1 car. That rounds out the LMP1 field. LMP2, Julius Braun for Shawshank Racing out front. They have about a lap and a half gap over P2, and that is Nikki Bakken in stage 1 racing. Whoop. And just like that, it changed on me. And the reason it changed is because that is Sebastian Samdow from Turn 1 Pro Divers, who's in the pits. And there we see, again, Nikki Bakken. It has them listed, yep, in P3. We have Carlos Ruiz in the Banzu RX Flow car, P4 over P4 in class. We have Christian Rumpelnick in P5 in class in Freaky Fast Racing, LMP2. Yell Peter Hoogland in the VenomWorks Endurance car. Thomas Van Turgau for Reaper Racing. Alexander Trishan for FFW Kislinko. Rico Kohlmeyer, Rona Sim Sport Academy LMP. Adam Kell with Legends Racing. It's a battle we were following earlier. That battle looks to have spread itself out a little bit. And I'm going to go with Daniele Pizzo for Leo Racing Team. Alan Sorensen for Team Slowdown. And that is P12 in class. Jean-Claude Pelletier in the Bro Sim Racing LMP2. And Stephen Wetstein in the Quality Control Racing LMP2. And I believe those are the last of the LMP2 cars that are running. In the GTE field, Gabrielle Erdely in Ronin Sim Sport GTE. Kaz Brinkhusen and Next Level Racing by SJS Esports #1 in their Porsche. Alex Gal for Bro Sim Racing in the Corvette. Guillaume Kempfer in the Hexa Racing Team Purple Ferrari. Josh Cam, Porsche Sport, obviously in the 911 car, running P5 in class. Emil Leander Runing for Team Slow Pace. Marco Mendez for Core Motorsports. Maxi Stefanon and Yukos Racing Esports Porsche. Perry Oosterveer, Next Level Racing by SJS Esports #2. Barry Jarman for SCCR Sim Sports in the Corvette. I'm going with Jacob Ochmansky in Garage 69+1. Jonathan Sinton in the Quality Control Racing GTE AM car. And I believe those are the last of our runners in the GTE field. So that's taken us all the way through the field. We are about a little over 7.5 hours into this 24-hour event here at Spa Francorchamps. It's in the nighttime, which means it's the lull of the race. We're in the middle part. People are just making their laps, making their passes, and trying to keep the car clean for the next few hours. Taking fuel, taking tires, swapping drivers, and hoping they make it the rest of the way in the race. No real battles on the track as of this point, so we'll just let iRacing show us all the passing being done, and we'll chime in when we see things here and there. We see any if we see any passes or anything, or any incidents that we need to review, we'll obviously bring them up on the replay.
Thank you for the lesson of what's been which drivers and which teams we still have, Charles. It's incredible that out of 33 entries that we had on this event, we only have 3 cars that are running at the moment. I don't know what happened to them, but it's really a small number of drivers down or teams down. Even 7 hours and 40 minutes in. I would just do out to the gap that we were following before on P2 and P3 battle, I think. Yeah, it was battle for the podium on the LMP2 class, and it does seem that Sebastian Semdo has the second place secured by more than 12 seconds. So that really really dilated. Let's say it's not really as tight as it was after the pit stops, and after that, there's not much to watch right now.
Yeah, I remember Carlos had a couple of at least one spin earlier in his stint. I don't know, maybe they decided they had some damage, some optionals that need to be taken, and decided they would go ahead and do it, go ahead and get it out of the way now. Or if it was a tires versus no tires pit strategy. So, but yeah, the gaps are all pretty. I think the closest gap I see is 7 seconds in the LMP2 class, and there's not 15 seconds in the GTE class. So there's really there's really not much to look at this point except cars being passed, lapped cars being overtaken by faster classes or just faster cars.
Yeah, very true. We're falling 8th and 8th through the 11th position through the LMP2 field, and it does seem that those drivers are nowhere near each other again. Some because they pitted, but even those that pitted are more than 10 seconds apart from each other. So I don't know what happened there. That's kind of weird, but maybe some decided to take tires and others didn't. I don't know. Driver changes?
It looks as though all the drivers that were in there before.
Yeah, it's right. Adam Cow's still at the wheel of the Legends, and I mean there was a driver change on the Kislenko, which is not an electrician. It's Dmitry Ivanov.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep. So Dmitry Ivanov is in the car. I'm trying to see that Mark Winkler. I don't think I've mentioned his name since I've been in here. So that may be another one that has had a driver change, the 445 car.
They did. It was Christian Rumpelnick.
Okay.
Doing the last stint, and they got their fastest lap on lap 208 with Christian on his that made sense, but making the fastest lap for their team. With a V. Currently for the LMP2 field is a 202.78, 202.73, let's say. And it's on Leo Racing Team on 8th position. It's really, they do have the pace. Now it's just a matter of keep putting those laps in.
Yep, just a matter of trying to work their way back up the field.
So like some of these drivers, I was actually looking at the LMP2 leader. Some of these drivers, I'd say the LMP2 field is doing like 19 laps per fuel run, per tank of fuel. Some of these drivers are doing 60 laps in a row, and so that's kind of or at going past the 60 and doing close to 3 hours in a row in the car. It's incredible, you know.
That's a pretty long stint for this track.
Yeah, considering there's a lot of straights, you might actually fall asleep.
Let's hope not. That would be tough.
Let's hope not.
That would be tough. That would be tough to explain.
Hey boss, I just fell asleep on the. Imagine having that conversation.
That's not a conversation I'd like to have with anybody. Yeah, so it looks as if, yep, so 7 seconds between the 18 and 19 cars of Venom Works and Reaper is the closest battle on the track at this point. It's kind of funny that we've got cars number 17, 18, and 19 in positions 7, 8, and 9 in the LMP2 class. Sorry, the 7, 8, and 9 overall. But that's actually P3, P4, and P5 in class. Just give you an indication of how the lap times have dropped off. VE.C Sports best lap in the race is a 1:53.3, and they just their last lap they just did a 1:55.4, so about 2 seconds slower than their fast lap. In the LMP2 class, the 87 car Shawshank, their fast lap was a 2:02.95, and their last lap was a 2:03.8. So around a second or so. In the 79 car for Roman Simsport Porsche, their fast lap was a 2:12.59, and their last lap was a 2:13.6. So about another second. As we see Shawshank Racing, looks like they were coming into the pits. Also saw Reaper Racing in the pits as well in the LMP2 car.
So it does seem that some teams on the LMP2 cars are managing to do 19 laps, while others are only maybe getting 18. So that's where all of these differences show up, I'd say. I don't know if I'm saying anything too wrong, but it's what I've been following the lab the bidding lap on some cars. I did see some are getting to the 19 lap stints, and others are only getting to the 18.
Yeah, so if we did the math, it seems like that if you could do that, because it's I know we did pit deltas, but I don't know if we did pit deltas with pit in and pit out. So a minute for fuel and tire change for pit
Exactly.
delta.
Close to a minute, yeah.
Okay. So sorry about that, everybody. So we had a little blink.
Roman Simsport getting close to the Juncos, I think. The Juncos car.
I believe that is the Juncos car. We have to have an LMP2 to stick their nose in the middle of everything. So while we got this battle going on, I do see another one we can go review in a couple of minutes. We've got the Leo Racing Team car and the car number 19, which is Reaper Racing, is about I think Reaper just pitted, so they're about a half second behind Leo Racing.
That is true. Leo Racing pitted on lap 199, and Reaper just came out of the pits, it seems. So either if Reaper is not able to pass here, they should have the. Oh, and just as we
Yep.
say that.
Yep, just as we say that, that's how that usually works. That's the 18 lap versus 19 lap stints we were just talking about.
That's
so
true.
so
Yeah.
one comes in on one lap, the other one comes in on the next lap. It's interesting. Once again, we apologize for the blinks. We probably really shouldn't be having the blinks happening that much, considering we're on a 1 gigabit connection to the iRacing server. So that normally shouldn't happen very much.
Me and my internet service provider would like to have a word, Charles.
It is called finding a server that is sitting next to the internet backbone, which is what this server is actually doing. I think this server is located in New York City, so in a nice server farm, very close to the Boston servers.
Pretty uneventful so far, and it's it's not great as a viewer perspective, but as an organizer and being part of the organization, it's really rewarding seeing all of the people just having clean races and keeping themselves on track, which is what you want to see.
Absolutely. The stewards are loving this. I'm just going to tell you. So, this has been a very, it's not been uneventful, but the events have been much fewer and far between.
Oh yeah. I mean, of course there were some issues, but I'm just saying, like, so far at our stand, it's pretty clean.
Yep, absolutely. Which I think I'm okay with. I think I'm okay with it being clean, and we can just fill time here and there, as opposed to talking about a crash.
Oh, definitely.
Every other lap.
I don't know if we would have enough cars to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, I think I know we've had a couple teams that have had to drop out for scheduling conflicts or some other driver availability issues. But I think it's made. I don't necessarily know that the smaller field has made the racing better, but I think that there's I think it's made the racing easier. And of course, it helps that this is much different track than our last race at Barcelona, which there are not very many passing zones. I think this is nice and open. There's a lot of good straightaways that make for the overtakes because of the speed differences. So I think this is helps matters as much as anything else.
Absolutely. Barcelona compared to this, I actually don't own the track on iRacing, but I've driven there in a few sims,
Mhm.
and as wide as it seems, it's always a bit it's not claustrophobic, but
Yes.
it's like there's that line, and that's the line everybody runs, you know. So,
Yeah.
and it's really
Yeah.
hard to be off the line to let other people pass or to make that sacrifice. You know, it's really hard.
Yeah.
Even if there's not many.
I think the key with Barcelona is there are the straightaways are wide, so there's plenty of room for passes, but the curves, the corners are probably one car width more narrow, so they kind of funnel into the corner. The straights kind of funnel into the corners, which makes that track much more difficult.
Exactly. That's a very good way to put it. That's actually what I wanted to say, because it's claustrophobic in that sense, where you just you want to go across the corner, and you have one car there already, and two is not really a good uh, a good bet.
Yes, I would agree with that. Having driven and wrecked there many times myself. Um,
So it does seem it's some LMP1 field catching up. Oh, it's an LMP1 and an LMP2.
Yep, so that's Venom Works with the heavy headlight flashing. Showing their displeasure at someone.
Well, they must have their reasons, I'd say.
So there's a car directly in front of them. Oh, like next level. Where's it in?
Oh, I heard someone crashing.
Is that Fugu? We just stopped. Oh, that was not good.
Oof.
So it looked like he was, maybe he missed his pit. Maybe he was supposed to pit that lap. I don't know. What was the last pit lap? And like he was going to stop and maybe reverse, and that did not turn out to be the right idea.
Wasn't the right idea at all. He was just standing in the racing line, coming out of a tight corner, and it's not like you have the best visibility there.
Yep. So into the chicane, and then just stops right at the edge of the track and backs up. And then there was, I believe that was the SCCR car of with Barry Jarman driving. So that was not great. That was So that will change what happens with this race, as obviously that's a fairly short tow, I believe. I wouldn't think it would be more than 2 minutes. But that will bring Fuga back to the rest of the field. So once they are done in the pits, we'll be able to see what the gaps are like.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate mistake, and not really what you want to see this late in the stage on the race, but especially when you're in the lead like that. But mistakes happen, and let's
Yep.
just hope the stewards take the right decision there, and most importantly, that the driver in question learns, which is the
Yeah.
most important.
Yeah. And let's hope that I believe that was the SCCR car, the Corvette.
Oh, I
Let's hope
actually
that
just
there's
checked, and it's Alex Gal in
was it
the
Alex Gal?
yeah, running P3 in GTE class for the BRO Bro Sim Racing GT car number
Okay.
26.
Yeah, they both got kind of the red front end, so I couldn't really tell. But so hopefully they haven't received a lot of damage from that. It didn't look like it was a. I mean, it was a hit, but maybe not too severe.
Yeah, in the dark it's really hard. I'm trying to see if there was actually like a lot of damage on their car, but it doesn't seem like it. And due to the low light, it's not really helping. It does seem that they have a bit of fender damage, but they might have some top speed decrease, but it's unfortunate. It's not the end of the world, though.
Right. There's still plenty of time to as we're just now 8 hours into the race. Still plenty of time to make up a few seconds here and there. As we see Lucas Y of Garage 69, who is in second place. I'm sure they've already been notified that there's been a problem with the Fuga car. Who is still in the pits, so we'll keep an eye on them.
Oh, their backside was really damaged. They the crew might have to replace the whole rear end, which might take a few minutes, I'd say.
Yep. And as we see MJR coming into the pits, actually they are in second place, which they should see the Fuga car still sitting there as they come through.
I think we might see NJR getting to the lead, and all the other teams actually unlapping themselves of the leader.
Nope. And there you can see the rear of the Fuga Sim Sport car. It looks a little crumpled. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
just a tiny bit.
just a tiny bit. Especially the left side, as we can get a look from the nose cam of the MJR car. As they take tires and they're off, and as Fuga is still sitting there, and MJR has now taken the lead of the race in the overall. So that's going to put Fuga on the back foot. Obviously, of course, They have a tremendous amount of speed. All their drivers were running really fast, consistent laps up until that point. So we will see um, where they come out and how much time they have to make up, and whether or not they'll be able to make it up over the course of the next 16 hours.
I guess it just goes to show that anything can happen in an endurance race, even if you're
Yep,
leading with 2 laps up,
that's
8 hours
true.
into the race.
Yep. So the in our first race at Le Mans, for the people who were here, we had a car up at Le Mans by a lap, I believe, over the rest of the field, and they ended up taking themselves out of the race by cutting a corner, and the entry on the Mulsanne. I can't remember the name of the corner anymore. Oh, there's a spin. That was Carlos Ruiz. Let's see, he might have had help there. Let's see. Yeah, oh, he did have help there. That was not good.
So Bro Sim Racing LMP2 just completely missing the breaking point way by a lot, and although they did take some like trying to avoid Carlos, they still collected him.
Yep. And Carlos immediately pulled into the pits to get the damage repaired. Which based on that hit, the tire rear end of the car lifts up the ground. I'm going to guess there was some significant. Yeah, there's quite a bit of damage on that left rear. So go back to live.
Well, not as bad as Fuga's car, to be honest.
No, and Fuga is back out on the track. They are running P3, and Patrick Pelchat. They're not back out. They are in they have dropped down to P3. Patrick Pelchat will be getting in the car. It appears to take back over. And of course, he was the one that set the monster qualifying lap. And just so I know he can drive this car because obviously from that lap and the fact that he will give him a shout out. He works for Craig Setup Shop and does the setup for this car for Craig's. So he obviously knows what he's doing.
It's really fun if you go in on the chase cam on their car. You can actually see the little bits coming to place.
Are you seeing parts being replaced? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. The mechanics are getting their hammers and straightening the rear end of that. I actually don't know how to distinguish these models, but LMP1 car, anything can be fixed.
I'm not sure you can tell much difference from the back. I think the only place you can tell the difference is the front. The noses are quite a bit different between these two cars.
So P3 just overtook Fuga Sim Sport, and they're back on track.
Yep. So now the chase is on. So we'll see how much time he can make up. Get back out to some TV cams. We can see Cross 69 coming in for their pit stop. I believe that's going to put Fuga back in P2. I'm trying to watch the intervals to see. Yep. And it did. So the gap between MJR and Fuga at this point, it appears to be a little over 1 lap. So it's almost a lap and a half. So 3 minutes and 4 seconds. So if it was Vitor, I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back.
All right.
I am back. Okay, so we have got in P1, MJR Racing Team, Marco Merbex is in the car. As we've mentioned already, we got Patrick Pelchat in Fuga in P2. They are right at 3 minutes behind P1. Tobias Cantor has taken over the Garage 69 car. They are running P3. And Christian Van Streeland is in P4 in the Next Level Racing car. So it's going to be interesting to watch the time gap between P1 and P2. Actually, to be Garage 69, they're a minute and 15 seconds behind Patrick Pelchat in P3. So it'll be interesting to watch these cars as we go to see the gaps either increase or decrease. As just a review, we still got Shawshank Racing in P1 in the LMP2 class. It appears as though Reaper Racing is in P2. I like that position just changed, so maybe Stage 1 is in the pits at this point in time. VenomWorks Endurance. I'm sorry, Turn 1 Pro. Yep. So I'm reading these during pit stop cycle. So we'll let those shake back out for a minute and we'll come back to them. But Ronin SimSport GTE is in P1 in the GTE class. Bro Sim Racing is in P2. And it looks like he is a minute 48 behind P1. And that is Alex Gal in the Bro Sim Racing GT. So we'll have to keep an eye on him because they were the ones that were involved with Fuga earlier.
I mean, so far, Bro Sim Racing has a pretty good gap to Porsche Sport. So so far they're safe in their position, even if they have a pit stop and repairs to get done in the car. They have a good gap. I think it's close to 40 seconds to Porsche Sport. So.
Yeah, and of course, as long as they're optional repairs and not mandatory, you can bleed those down over the course of 6 or 8 hours, taking 5 to 10 seconds here and there until you've worked them all off. As long as you don't have mandatories, as we just mentioned, and B, don't wreck the car again, and that's always the important one.
Yeah.
So. Of course, any mandatory repairs will have to be taken, and penalties. Since we're talking about this league race, you have to keep yourself clean. So it appears that we've had a few driver changes since we kind of went down the field again. But we'll kind of bring those guys, give them a little air time. We got Marvin Dienst in the Shawshank Racing car. Marcus Romer in Turn 1 Pro Divers. We have Kevin DeWinter in Stage 1 Racing. I think he's been in the car before, but it's the first time I've mentioned him, so I'll go ahead and give him a shout. We have Marco Prado in the Banzu RX Flow car. Benjamin Johnson in the VenomWorks Endurance. Marco Warren in the Freaky Fast Racing car. Steve Cooley for Ronan Sim Sport Academy LMP. Adam Parley in the Legends racing car. Carlo Labate for Leo Racing. Jeremy Valignon, I believe is how that's pronounced, I'm not sure, in the Bro Sim Racing LMP2. Tobias Hold for Team Slowdown. Anthony Larson is leading the GTE field for Ronan Sim Sport. We got Josh Cam in for Porsche Sport. We got Kevin Pullen in for Next Level Racing by SJS Esports Car 1. Jonas Weisse for Team Slow Pace. Hugo Mendez for Core Motorsports. Ezekiel Montero for Juncos Racing. Barry Jarman for SCCR. Eric Verley for Next Level Racing number 2. Mark Peck for Garage 69. That's through the field. Just kind of mention some drivers. We go back and we're focused on the Reaper Racing. I will say that the gap between P1 and P2 overall, between MJR Racing and Fuga Sim Sport, is, as my software updates, 2 minutes and 56 seconds. So they've taken another 4 seconds off that gap. I think that just shows you how fast. Let's see. Let's go lap times here. Both lap times for the last lap for both cars were within 1/100th of a second of each other.
So apparently I muted myself, which is not the thing that we want to happen. But
that is not the proper thing to be doing when you're trying to broadcast a race tour.
I was saying that's incredibly tight, like 1/100th of a second between laps.
Yep, I'm just watching the gap to see how fast Fuga will be able to whittle that time down.
My bet is that it's still going to take them a couple hours because
the
lead they had, they built up over 7 or more than 7 hours of racing. So we might still
it's
might
easy.
still have to wait a bit.
Yeah, it's easy to get a lap on the rest of the field if when you've got the first 20 minutes of the race are clean laps, right? Clean racing with nobody in front of you until you get caught back up to the end of the field, and then it becomes more difficult. So now you're coming out and you're probably going to be in a pack of cars that are slower than you. And so now it's a constant grind of trying to work your way in traffic to make those passes to make that time up. So it will take them some time to make that time up. But I feel pretty confident that, well, I say that, let's see. It appears as if Fuga has pitted again. Was it time for their pit stop? Let's see. Or was
So
that, no. No, that is the, so I don't know how often you drive Spa, but there is a spot, if you go wide on Blanchimont, if you go too far wide, you'll get the off track, but you'll also have the pit crew guy come up and say the pit speed is, or watch your speed when entering the pits. There's a bug there. So I think that's performing a little trickery on our software also. So I think that some of these cars are getting wide and it's like, oh no, you're going to the pits. Well, no, maybe you're not. So I think that may have something to do with it, but they're still in P2.
I actually never heard that. So
Have you? Oh, that's
no,
that
no.
one's been. That's kind of like the. It's kind of like the fake yellow flag coming back onto the oval from the
Oh
infield.
yeah, in Daytona.
At
Yeah,
Daytona, yeah.
yeah.
It's the bug that will never be fixed, probably.
Well, let's not say never, but soon.
Oh yeah, soon. Trademark
Yep.
iRacing. So the gaps now for between the top three is 2:55, 2 minutes 55 seconds between MJR in P1 and Fuga Sim Sport in P2. And the gap between Fuga in P2 and Garage 69 in P3 is 1 minute and 20 seconds. So P2 and P3 are on the same lap. And both trying to see if they can make up time on the leader. The last lap times for P1 was a 1:56.2. And the lap time for P2 was a 1:54.9, so a 1.3 second gain. And then surprisingly enough, the gap between P1 and P3 was a 100th of a second. So, so not being able to make up as much ground is the Garage 69 group, but obviously still early. We've already saw one mistake by a driver. To flip the running order. So, 15 and a half hours left in the race. There's still plenty of time for more unforced errors. Because this is, of course, a battle of it's a war of attrition, as much as it is speed. It's just surviving, and making as few errors as possible is all part of the game.
Ooh. I don't know if you
And,
just
the big blink. Yep. I saw it also. Yep.
Patrick Belshad got punted, or no, just lost it, I think.
He is. It says he is in the pits this time, so he is making his first pit stop. So let's see what they do. Let's see if they what the pit strategy is going to be. If it's just going to be a fuel run. My thoughts are that they just got tires on the last one. They're going to try and extend that tire wear as long as they can.
It does seem that the blink kind of made us lose an incident here, but when Patrick Pelshad was overtaking car number 88, Leo Racing Team, which is currently running in 11th position
Hmm.
in class, LMP2 car. So overtaking him on the outside on the chicane, there was a bit of netcode with the two cars, and Patrick Belshad getting the worst the worst end of the stick, let's say,
Okay.
and getting a bit
So,
spun around, let's say.
oh, okay. So it looks like that was just a fuel stop only. My guess is they could have worked off some optional repairs if they needed to, if they
Mhm.
needed it. And the gap is now between P2 and P3 is now a little under 13 seconds. So let's see the 88 car. You said that was 88 Leo Racing Team, right? That's Carlo Labate.
Exactly. Yep. It does seem that they continue on the race, so there was not a real issue there. But yeah.
Hmm.
So that was the probably one of them. So let's see.
Yep. Yeah, I hate that we can't go back and look at that. That would be interesting, something interesting to watch. An interesting replay.
It didn't seem like he was damaged, but however, he definitely lost a couple seconds, not much more than that, as he was able to get right on to the racing surface and make his pit stop.
Yep, it doesn't appear as he's lost too much time. Of course, there's that one blank, that one blank lap that's probably. See him working his way down into Stabilo. And on in through Paul Frere and on to the backstretch. 270.
Oh, so somehow, so we are kind of seeing these battles happening all over again. So for P8, P9, and P10, we have Ronin, Kislenko Racing, and Legends Racing. Again.
Back together?
Yeah. All the time fighting. So they kind of spread out when the pit mess comes around, and all of a sudden they're all together again, battling for positions.
And then we see Dmitry Ivanov of Kislenko. Steve Cooley in the Ronin Sim Sport car, working his way around Junkos, I believe.
Yeah, that's Yunko's racing car. Racing, yeah.
And it got back to Ronin's about 3 seconds. And then you see Ronin and you see Legends Racing hot on their heels, only about a half second back. Ryan Parkins is in for Porsche Sport. Give you an update on last lap times for the top three. The last lap for MJR was a 156.2. For Fuga was a 155.4. And for Garage 69 was a 154.7. So all those times look like they're trying to come down.
We have 15 more minutes to go to the 9-hour mark, which is close to halfway. Close to halfway.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. For sure. Some teams, some drivers that did the early stints and are still holding on there are probably starting to get tired and will have their rest in the next few hours, with their teammates probably coming up in different. Nice thing about sim racing, right? Like you can have a driver in all corners of the world for these 24 hours, and it helps massively.
Yeah, it's just like broadcasting. You can have people everywhere, and just jump in and talk about a race. Same thing with driving. You know, our team, we've got people everywhere, it seems like.
That's true. That's true. Across all the corners.
That's right. Hey, and just think, at the bottom of the hour, there'll be 2 hours left before we sign off until tomorrow morning.
That's true. We'll but we don't leave the. Yeah. So we just resume the broadcasting.
Yes. The broadcast stays running. We just don't talk. So,
okay.
So,
All right.
so we get to take a nap, and then we get to come back and do it some more tomorrow.
That is very interesting. As we keep seeing the gap on the 9th position battle down in the LMP2s, closer than ever.
I think Steve Cooley is working hard, because I saw him come out of the chicane almost completely sideways, trying to get the power down on that car. So he's working hard to try and make that get that position for Ronan Simsport.
Yeah, he's hanging there. He's hanging in there. It's actually showing really consistent pace throughout.
Yep. So I'm seeing a 1.7 second gap Looks like it's stretched a little bit there. I think he had a lap car between them, so he had to kind of ease up a little bit.
Yeah, you just passed Jonathan
Sinton, is that
Stint.
right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yep.
Jonathan Stinton on the quality control racing GTAM. I enjoy this name a lot. It's actually very funny. Quality.
Quality, yeah.
Quality. Oh, Steve Cooley going wide in the corner into the that straight. I don't know how to. I don't know what the corner name. But after, I don't know.
Yeah.
There is no way.
Brussels.
Oh
I
yeah.
think it's Brussels.
Okay, that's
going into
Brussels.
no name. Yeah. I think that's right. I'm sure somebody will correct us if I'm wrong. But it's the straight before no name. Or Brussels is that very long right-hander, very slow right-hander before no name.
Okay, so it's. I actually went to the track for this.
Okay.
So you have it's Stavelo.
Okay.
Yeah. Brussels is a different name for Rivage.
Ah, I got you.
That's what I'm seeing, because I know that turn 10 after Lacombe and Camel Straight.
Mhm.
You have Camel Straight, Lacombe, and then you have Rivage. But on this track map it says Brussels, so might be a different name. Which I really thought it was weird with all the all different names.
Right.
And like some people call it Pouhon, other people call it Double Gauche, which is a French. I mean, they are all kind of French.
Yes. Or kind of. Yes.
Yeah. So we have a Rouge. A Rouge is definitely French. And La Source, and all those names.
And there you can see the gap between Adam Parley and Steve Cooley in that battle for P10 P10 overall. It was actually a battle for 6th and 7th in the LMP2 class. And we see MJR coming into the pits. At current, the gap between MJR and P2 at Fuga is a little under 4 minutes, so we'll see if the strategy for the MJR team, if they've got to take tires, if they're going to try and ride the tires for another stint, and we'll see where the gaps are. The gap between P2 and P3 is now down to 11 seconds. So Tobias Cantart in the Garage 69 car is doing some good work to try and bring that gap down. Looks like that was a fuel only stop.
And right now, Fuga are coming up into Blushmore, so they're one lap down, one lap and a quarter, let's say.
Kind of waiting on the interval to reset itself and get a fairly accurate distance count. As MJR is getting themselves back up to speed, get the tires warmed back up.
It might be a bit different. Oh, it's actually the track time, so we are already midnight and 32. In the track is 23.
Say again?
Which is, yeah, so I understood my connection was a bit bad, but the track temp is at 23 C.
23, okay.
Which is not that much colder than expected.
Nope.
Than what we had like 1 hour or two ago. Because I remember the track being at 24. And it's still at 23, which is not that cold. So they shouldn't have that much problem with colder tires, you know.
Right.
It's definitely cold, but not.
Yeah. Well, you still have to, you know, as you're sitting in the pits and running that slow time, you're actually letting the tires cool. So there's some amount of time. It's not like a full lap to get back up to speed, but you still have to get her back up to temp. But there's still a little temp that's lost during the pit cycle that you'll have to to get back into the tires. It appears the gap is still at about a little under 4 minutes, and then it's another 10 and a half seconds back to P3. Oh, okay, now we're getting an update. So the gap is now 2 minutes and 40 seconds between P1 and P2. And then it's about 10.8. So, okay, so let's see. That says Fuga is in the pits again. So let's see if that's actually true. No, it lied to me. It lied to me.
Who's in the pits is Venom Wars, but it's an Olympic 2 car. Really not know what you were.
And looks like Banzo was in the pits as well. I don't know if I mentioned his name or not, but it looks like that Stefan Vandervelde is in for next level racing in the LMP1 car. Again, as you said just a few minutes ago, Shawshank Racing is still in LMP2, is in P1 in class. Anthony Larson in the Roan SimSport GTE car is P1 in the GTE field. As we have Tobias Cantor on screen, working through a little bit of lap traffic. The gap is 11.8 seconds back from P2 to Garage 69 and P3. So I did get an update from race control. So we talked about the the Fuga issue that they had earlier. Um, that was actually a hardware issue, hardware failure on Fuga's part. So apparently, Fuga and the other car that was involved managed to work things out between themselves. So no penalties will be served, which is really good to hear. It's nice to hear that the teams are working together when they have hardware issues such as that.
It's very weird. It was very weird anyway that to suddenly stop there, which is not really expected from a team that's running in
Yeah.
first place.
Right.
But yeah, so unfortunate from what we know now. But I'm glad that the teams decided to work the situation by themselves. Didn't seem that the other car was really much that damaged on the Bro Sim Racing GT Corvette, so it's good that it got solved.
I completely agree. Like I said, it's nice to see. It's nice to see them be able to work those issues out. And hey, sorry guys, we had a hardware problem. We're really sorry. We did not mean to back up into you, or to, of course they either the software recognized there was a hardware failure and auto towed, or they were able to get to a point that they could tow themselves as quickly as they could. It just wasn't quick enough for Brosim Racing, who just got caught up into it. And further update from race control was that Brosim Racing had 40 seconds of optionals. No performance issues after that. So thanks to race control for passing that information along. So we see
So a little bit of information, a bit delayed, but third world pro diver is LMP2. Sebastian Sainto, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. He finished his 6-hour stint, and because you probably won't be able to race in the car anymore, they started P10 and we're up to P2 when he left the car, which is quite.
That's.
I mean, they are still P2.
That's pretty amazing. That's 6 hours in anything is a lot. So 6 hours around this track is probably not like 6 hours around I don't know, Lime Rock, but with the chicanes. But it's a lot of work. It's because it just is. I mean, 6 hours of doing anything is a lot of work.
Yeah, that's a lot of focus you have to put in.
Really, yeah, truly. But hats off to him. That's a good stint. You give up to move up 8 spots.
Really good, really good. So Garage up next. We have Garage 69 on the LMP1. Back in the race after a stop and hold or drive through early on. So Lucas White said he finished his stint after twisting his hand mid-stint while catching a slide, which he says was pretty painful and had to drive one-handed. So
Ooh.
that's amazing. To driving one-handed, like shifting down and
Yeah.
shifting up and down, you know. And sometimes we have all these. We as sim racers have all of these like super strong wheels, and imagine just driving one of those wheels one-handed. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out if he turned his was able to turn his force feedback down a little bit to help alleviate
Oh
some
yeah,
of
for
that
sure you
pressure.
can do that. Yeah, for sure. And that's pretty much all the information we have so far on the teams, as much as they want to disclose it. Oh, of course.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to give away everything, right?
Yeah, just a tiny bit. Just
Yeah, yeah.
from what I've been checking as well, we have been getting a pretty consistent number of viewers. So I'd like to appreciate, to say an appreciation and a thanks for all of you that are sticking um, on on YouTube, watching this amazing race that's taking place. Thank you,
Yes,
guys.
absolutely. We do appreciate that. So just watching the gaps, the last gap I saw between P1 and P2 was about 2 minutes 25 seconds. The gap from P2 to P3 is 1 minute 26 seconds. So it feels like the gaps are fairly steady. Maybe a little bit of gain from P2 and actually from P3 to P1, but P2 was the faster of the cars overall. I think the next thing we'll be seeing, unless we have any major instance we have to go back and look at, is how hard Marco Merbeck's in the MJR Racing Team car, should he be caught by Fuga Simsport on track, how difficult is he going to make it for Patrick Pelchat to get around and get back on the lead lap? So that should be about 30 seconds of on-track distance before that becomes a battle.
So right now, what I can see is that P3 is trying to unlap himself from P1. Are we on the same? I did see the gap, but
I believe you are correct. So that is that would get, so I'm going to say that means that Garasi-san is 2 laps down, which means they're trying to get back to 1 lap down.
oof, this is going to be tough because it's not like they don't have the base, but you know, as racing regulations go, if you are lapped, you usually don't unlap yourself.
This is, yeah, we don't want this turning into a Esteban Ocon situation, but you know, luckily the iRacing rules say that the blue flag is not it's not a mandatory move over, it is an informational flag, and that it is the faster car's responsibility to overtake safely. So if Tobias can get by Marco and get back that lap, it would be up to Marco to find a safe way to get back around him um, and pull off. But looking at their last lap times, so we'll see them as they pop up here. Tobias was about 0.6 of a second faster per lap, and I think he's been faster at least by 1/10 or so over the past few laps. Flashing's not going to do any good. That's not going to work. That will not do anything to that will not do anything to put the driver in front in your good graces to allow you to go by. But as the battle, if it becomes a point to where they're battling and it becomes a side by side or a back and forth, that just makes it that much easier for Patrick and Fuga Simsport car to make up more time.
Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely true. While they're just staying there battling, Patrick is making his move, calculated move. It's just speaking of Patrick, he's just coming up into no name. While MJR and Garage 69 are coming up to the straight before Blanchimont.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not too far behind. He could still unlap himself, but
Yep.
it's like they have to. So in a sense, it's like Fuga has to do 2 laps around the
Yes,
brigade.
that's correct. Yeah. So
even if they are only 1 lap down. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It depends on where these when pit stops pop into place or pop into play. With these 2 cars battling, they will all have to pit, obviously, since we still have several hours left in the race. So it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think we'll keep an eye on this battle for the time being, and just kind of see what transpires. I'll keep a monitor on our trouble alert system down here to see if there's anything we need to go back and review. So last lap, Patrick Pelchat for Fuga picked up almost a second. So those lap times are coming down. It's 2:21 is now the gap between P1 and P2. As we're watching this, we'll make sure to let you know. As just a note that top of the hour, we'll have another ad break for our advertisers from Unified Potential, SCCR. I'm sorry, Swindon Care Center. And then we will. So that'll be at the top of the hour. We'll stay with this as long as we can. Once again, we'll make sure that there's nothing else that we need to look at on the board. As I can see, we were talking about the GTE field. Hugo Mendez in the 64 car, which is running P6 in class. And Jonah Visa in both in Corvettes, and that's in the car in car number 8. They're about 3/4 of a second apart on track. So there's a battle that's going on that we can pop around to. It appears as though MJR has been able to stretch that gap back out a little bit over Garage 69.
Yeah, the only way Garage 69 can actually like do something here is to try and prolong their stint somehow. I actually don't know how fuel saving works in these cars, and it all depends on what sort of downforce package you're running, as
Right.
some people can prefer to choose to be to have more grip in the technical section
Mhm.
than in the flat out sections, as in to be safe and more consistent. So if that's the case, if someone is running more downforce, then it's really going to help them having the tow. As of course, it also helps with if you're running low downforce, but it helps that much more when you have a lot of load and drag in the
Right.
car. And just as we are talking about that, Marco on MJR had a lapped GTE car into the Camel Straight, and Tobias managed to close the gap again.
Yes, he did.
So less than 1 second. Let's see. They still have plenty of GTE cars up ahead with Alex Gal and Ryan
Wow.
Watkins.
Yeah, Tobias got a really good entry into that corner. I think that gap's now virtually nothing. About 3 car lengths.
I see a zero. I saw a 0.1 difference. But yeah, it's really hard to make all of this, to overtake the leader and to dice through the traffic, slice through the traffic. But yeah, the so I don't know how they are in lap times, as it seems that MJR bidded on lap 261 and Garage 69 bidded on lap 262. So yeah, so they will have one more lap to go, and they might try the overcut, as we also mentioned that in a fewer battle in earlier battles.
Yep.
You see the 2 LMP2 cars slicing through the traffic.
Yeah.
That
So
was really slicing.
last lap, Tobias was 1.2 seconds faster than Marco of MJR.
Yeah, probably due to getting the GTE car up into radial. I don't know.
Radeon?
Radeon, yeah. Radeon. I'll just say Radeon, like the AMD.
It's close. So there's your gap. We'll throw the battle box up there. 4/10 of a second. And Fuga's taken another second out of that, so the gap's now 2:17. So this battle in amongst all this traffic between these two cars has allowed Fuga to pick up 8 seconds over the last few laps. So it could be very interesting here in the next few laps. Of course, I think we'll have pit stops that get thrown in the middle of all that, which as always always changes things up.
This is just helping Fuga on their journey of hours to over
Yes.
to get back to the lead.
Oh, look at that dive.
Ooh,
I'm sorry, that move to the inside. Stop calling that a dive. And yep, he was
was
unable to
really
make that
close.
stick. I saw the other Garage 69 car in front, but now he's got the run. Should have a good toe coming up the Kimmel Straight.
And he's still choosing to stay behind. So
Mhm.
I'd say it's just applying the pressure and staying patient. Um, and somehow hoping to fall in the good graces of the leader and letting the leader letting him pass. But as we know, anything can happen.
That's right, and I think that it was very possible that Tobias, the uh, the um, the hybrid systems for these cars are different. So you've got if for the Audi R18, you've got that push button boost that you can deploy, provided you have any at any time. I don't think the Porsches are the same way. Haven't driven it, so I can't tell you for sure. I know they're different though. I don't think that you have that instant 150 horsepower at your fingertip.
Well, I don't know. I never driven an LMP1 car, so I don't know anything about those systems at all.
Yes.
But it does seem that.
Oh,
Oh,
and that made things interesting because that was MJR going around, and he's back on the track, but he has lost that position to Garage 69, who's moved back in and is now one lap and a lot down. But he has got that one lap back, which will be significant. That he
so
was able to do that on the track and with not having a battle.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. As that's kind of I'd say from a driver standpoint that's what Garage 69 driver Tobias was trying to do, was pressuring the MGR Racing Marco to make a mistake and actually capitalize on it, or let if Marco was feeling like, you know, how do you say, kind
Yes.
kind enough to let him pass, but you know, a small mistake can put you like 2 laps down. So
Right.
any lapped car you can keep behind you is always good.
Yep, and the way that Marco kind of lost it over that curb, you kind of wonder if there may be some floor damage that he may have picked up during that. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, as these cars are very I don't know about the LMP1s, but I do think the LMP1s work in the same way as the LMP2s. The LMP2 cars in specific make a lot of their downforce from the floor.
Mhm.
So you want to maximize those effects, so you don't have that much drag on the straights.
As we see Patrick Pilchat and Fuga coming through La Source. And that's Marcos that did. Was Fuga able to get around them? Or did Fuga maybe pit? What do you see for their pit timings? Is Fuga pitted in the last couple of laps?
Fuga pitted on lap 273, which is
So
2
4 laps ago. Yep. So
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the time difference. So that's why. So they are in front of they're still a lap down, but they're not 2 laps down. So that's why they look like they're well, they look like they were getting lapped, but they're absolutely not. and they are Fuga is now about 8 seconds ahead of Garage 69, who I think still has a pit stop to make.
Yeah, both MJR and Garage 69 have their bid time is coming up. Garage 69 is only just can extend their, or at least the last time they bid it one lap or later. So we might see MJR going first into the pits.
Okay. So that should be the order. It should be MJR next, and then Garage 69.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Fuga just keeps on track. I guess I've just been making way too many setups. I was looking at those cars going by the chicane. I was thinking, that wasn't good. The car handled that well, you know.
So we'll say that over the last couple of laps that the Fuga car is the fastest car on the track currently. They were 1.38 seconds faster than MJR, and about 1 second faster than Garage 69 on the last lap.
Yeah, and that last lap was only 6 tenths short of their best lap of the race. So not a bad feat, let's say.
Definitely not.
And it's two different drivers. It's
MJR's. The MJR was off. Sorry. So yeah, it's Paul Frere got wide. Let's go back and look at that. See if we can get a
clip the dirt and
catch that replay.
Yeah, so
just
they
wide.
clipped the dirt. Yeah, that was a nice save though.
That was a great save. And good avoidance by, was that Venom Works, or is that in that yellow LMP2 car?
I think it's Venom Works Endurance, yeah. Benjamin Johnson, I think.
Nice way to be alert. That's a good thing. Yeah, so that last lap was 153.2, which is the best lap of the race for Fuga Sim Sport.
Wow.
MJR did a 201, obviously with that spin or with that slide. The Dylan Stone Tokyo Drift, and then Garage 69 with a 157.3. So he gained quite a bit of time on that lap.
It seems right now that the momentum is not with MGR, as they are making a few mistakes and letting the other guys behind them catch. Ooh, big crash. I don't know if you can get a feel of that, but coming into the Blanchimont straight, I think there's a contact there. Oh, I think that's it.
Whoa!
Oh,
that was a blinking car that we did not see.
Yeah. So I can actually go through. So there were actually like 4 cars there. It was so Tobias was overtaking Next Level Racing number 1, Kevin Bowen, car number
Hmm.
9. And behind was Gavin De Winter with this Stage 1 Racing,
Hmm.
and Stefan van der Velde on the LMP1 car, overtaking. So the LMP2 Stage 1 Racing, Kevin goes to overtake the Porsche, and the Next Level Racing LMP1 car was already side by side with him, and they ended up a 3-man crash, although the LMP2 car managed to keep on.
Mm.
So it was a side touch that sent the Next Level Racing LMP1 car into um, Kevin Bowen GT car, which is kind of unfortunate. I think it's teammates. It's the
Yeah,
same team crashing
yeah,
one another.
that's always bad. And we see the next level car in the pits with the lights off. Um, Not necessarily a good sign.
And definitely not a good sign.
All right, so it's time for us to break away for our ad break from Unified Potential and Swindon Care Centers. Once again, if you look in the description of the YouTube stream, there is a link for Swindon Care Centers for a Just Giving. So if you got an extra dollar or two and you feel like you may want to make a donation, uh, I know we would really appreciate it, as would they. So we'll kick these ads off and we'll see you in just a few minutes. And you'll be able to continue watching the racing as we take a small break.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
Move Up is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. Move Up is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. Move Up's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. Move Up is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back. Charles Beauchel in here with Vitor Bras of V.E.C. Talking about the 24 hours of spa race that's going on. We are 9.5 hours into a 24-hour race. During the break, we did see Marco Merbex and the MJR racing team come in and take their pit stop. We should be seeing Garage 69 in P3. Will be due in the next 2 or 3 laps. So now we'll see the gap between P1 and P2. Patrick Pelchat in P2 for Fuga Simsport is back on. It appears to be back on the lead lap. Watching the intervals cycle to see where exactly they are. It looks like they are. Ooh, it's close actually. So let's see where they are on track. They are just on the lead lap as they come down the hill. Through Puhan. You can see just behind them.
Exactly.
The MJR team, yeah. So they are just at the tail end of the lead lap, is how we'll call that. So the actual time says 1 minute and 53 seconds. So now the question is can Marco work his way back in to put pressure on them, or can Patrick with Fuga extend that and start working his way back up toward the front of the race?
Well, as we are speaking about that currently, the gap was at 1 point something seconds, and at the end of the lap, it's already at 6 seconds. So it does seem that not Marco, but Patrick Pelchat managed to, or the gap to the number one car, to the P1 car, with the traffic. It was much more beneficial for him than for the P1.
Which that happens from time to time, and then we'll see if the tables turn on this lap.
That is very true. You never know.
As I choke down a bite of pizza, as we're watching this event, and it's 7:11 local time p.m. for me. All right, so let's take a look through the field here. So we've already talked about Marco Merbex and the MJR Racing Team, currently overall leader. Patrick Pelchat, Fuga Sim Sport, currently in P2, most of the lap down, but still on the lead lap. Tobias Cantor in Garage 69, the 690 car, who is due a pit stop very shortly. And rounding out the LMP1 field, we have Stefan Vandervelde, the Next Level Racing by SJS Esports LMP1 car. And since we were concentrating on the LMP1 class for the last few minutes, let's talk about the LMP2s. We have Marvin Dienst in the Shawshank Racing, still P1 in class. Marcus Romer for Turn 1 Pro Divers in P2. Nikki Bakken for Stage 1 Racing, who is currently sitting in the pits getting their service. They're in P3. Marco Prado for Banzu RX Flow in P4. Mario Warren for Freaky Fast Racing in P5. And these are the class positions. Martin H.S. Jacobson in P6 for Reaper Racing. Dmitry Ivanov for FFW Kislenko Racing in P7. Benjamin Johnson in P8, Venomworks Endurance. Legends Racing, Adam Parley driving in P9. Steve Cooley in P10 to round out the top 10 for the LMP2 class with Ronin SimSport Academy LMP. Daniele Pizzo for Leo Racing Team in P11. Tobias Hald for Team Slowdown in P12. Jeremy Valignon in BroSim Racing LMP2. And Christopher White, as you see, in Quality Control Racing LMP2, exiting or in the pits. Okay, in the GTE class, we have Ronin SimSport GTE in P1. Ryan Parkins for Porsche Sport in P2. Nils Core in the BroSim Racing GT Corvette in P3. Maxime Gruel for Hexa Racing Purple, Ferrari in P4. Jonas Weisse in Team Slow Pace, P5 Corvette. Ezekiel Monteiro for Juncos Racing Esports in P6. Hugo Mendez for Core Motorsports Corvette, P7. Eric Verley, Next Level Racing by SJS Esports 2 in P8. Mark Peck for Garage 69 Plus 1 in P9. Nathan Healy, SCCR Sim Sports in P10. Kevin Pullum for Next Level Racing by SGS Esports number 1 in P11. It's good to see them still running, even though they were in a pretty massive accident just a few laps ago. Thomas McDonald for Quality Control Racing GT AM in P12. And I believe that is the last of our still running cars.
Yeah, still a pretty big field. Never, I don't think we had any DNF.
We've had 3 DNFs thus far.
Yeah, I mean extra. Besides those 3,
yep, that's it.
The field has been keeping strong. Going through with this race, I gotta say, I was looking at car number 69, the Next Level Racing Porsche on the team number 1. That wing looks really sad. that wing is not feeling happy.
No. It's going to provide uneven support, I believe, during the next few hours of this race.
Oh, absolutely. I dare say it's even upside down, but that's probably a bit exaggerating. Oh, he's definitely exaggerating, yeah. Mentioning something we hadn't mentioned in a while. So every team by now has more than is on the double-digit incident points. I do see the lowest being 15, 12. So Stage 1 Racing that had 7 incident points at like 6 hours or 7 hours in. We are close to 10 hours in, and they have 12 racing incident points.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, really close. Porsche Sport 15.
That's still really good.
That's really good.
I mean, if you're still under 2x per hour, yeah, you're going to be okay. So I think, if I remember correctly, I think 80 was the limit before the first drive-through.
Exactly.
So who are we looking at that's potentially going to get a drive-through over the next few hours? So who is on the upper end of that?
So the team that's closest to getting the first drive-through is Garage 69 Plus 1 on the GTE car. They have currently 52 incident points. I do believe they can still not get the first one, but they do need to be careful and maybe slow down the pace a bit, or at least be more mindful about it. So very close. We have Ronin Simsport GTE with 51. Again, they can still now get the first, but they need to be mindful of it. and right next is a tie for third place, which is not really a competition you want to win, though, to be honest.
That's true.
But for the third highest, it's 50, and it's Quality Control Racing GT AM and Next Level Racing by SGS Esports LMP team. Although I'd say the Next Level LMP1 team had a few issues. It's not only like off tracks; they did have a big
Yeah.
crash last
Yes.
last few laps. So
Ooh.
that definitely
Speaking of
doesn't help.
crash,
Ooh, yeah, I
got
just saw
Nice
that
Hall
on the
with Team
broadcast.
Slowdown and the number 7 car. I'm trying to see who the other one is. Is that?
Ooh,
Those look
never
like
joined
Venom
the.
marks, but let's take a look at that. Couldn't tell if that was what the number of that car was, the other car.
It's car number 17. It's the Banzu RX Flow WT. They were really close coming up in the Ronin Porsche. And so Team Slowdown is making the pass into Rivage. Is that Rivage? Yeah.
Yes.
Rivage or Brussels, whatever you want to call it. And Banzu, car number 17, Marco, he misjudged the braking point a bit, and it ended up having a bit of contact with car number 7.
Mm.
That's very unlucky, but
yeah.
Definitely the stewards won't probably be too happy with that.
Probably not. As we can see, Team Slowdown coming into the pits. I'm sure it's to come in and make sure there's not any damage that can be repaired that will make their cars not very friendly to drive.
Yeah, and I mean, it probably doesn't go to help. It was really a really tight call. Like Team Slowdown was very close to actually getting another penalty. I mean, to suffer even more from that incident, because they just barely touched the car number 777, the Quality Control Racing LMP, which was on racing line, and just as they are rejoining, they barely missed him. So it's it could have been worse.
Yes, absolutely.
Besides only getting punted out into that corner and still have an unsafe rejoin, that would be the worst case scenario.
Yep, as we can see the next level racing LMP1 car, as well as V.E.C Sports, are working their way through traffic. The gap is now, the interval between P1 and P2 is 1 minute and 31 seconds. So he is ticking those seconds away.
Okay, I might just want to do a slight remark. Fuga's car was almost totaled a few laps ago. Right now, it's putting out the fastest laps after that. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Can we have this in the GTs, please?
Just drive better, and you can have that in the GT. Oh, are you talking about? I'm talking about this race, not this race. Our race.
I'm talking about
our team.
Yeah.
Our team. Can we drive like that for our team? That would be great.
I was talking about the damage repair.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's really you know, you go in there and get get the front nose clip, and it's 11 seconds for the LMP2 car. That's fixed. 11 seconds, you're done. You go in for the, you've got wheel damage in the GTE, and it's 8 minutes to repair it. It's like, yeah, that'd be nice if we could get something a little better than that, but.
It must be series restrictions probably that don't allow for that. As we know, these LMP cars race in endurance series mainly, so
Yes.
all those teams actually, like in those series, have plenty of parts available, while the GT cars can also be raced in sprint series, which is probably the reason why we don't have like better, like I don't know.
A quick release wheel suspension section. You pop a couple bolts out and throw a new one in there, and you're good. Just 1 minute of repair.
I did watch a video that was about Porsche endurance, like Le Mans. It was last year, 2020, and they were like doing a walk around and everything, and they actually have like the whole suspension assembled separate. So the car comes in, you just unbolt the tops and all of the control arms and everything. You just pop the new one in, and it's good. It's already aligned and everything. I mean, aligned probably not, but
Yeah, I think they. So this is where we have to do international versus U.S. The movie Ford versus Ferrari in the U.S., which I think was called Le Mans '66, in the international. Talking about the Ford GT, Carroll Shelby, Ken Miles.
I did see that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Carroll Shelby kind of tried to innovate that back in the '60s with the Ford GT, where it was basically you take out 2 or 3 bolts and you pull out the whole suspension for the wheel, and then pop it back in place. Kind of like, I think it was for the brakes, actually. I don't think it was for the suspension. So instead of going in and replacing the brake pads and the brake rotors, you just replace the entire braking system for that, and you pop the brake line off and put the new brake line on, or put the brake line back on the new section, and you're off and running. So the innovations. Some of the innovations you see in the racing series trickle down to road cars eventually. I mean, it may be high-end road cars, but they're still road cars.
Yeah, I did actually see that movie. They had a few problems with the braking system, so they constantly had to switch, like replace it.
Yes.
Which is quite normal in those cars. Even today, by today's standards, the GT3 cars, if they go and do an endurance race, they have scheduled pit stops for actually changing the brake pads.
That's right.
Yeah. Although that doesn't happen in the LMP2s, and I think it doesn't happen in the LMP1s as well, because they have carbon-on-carbon
right
material. So.
Yeah, it's carbon fiber rotors and carbon ceramic brakes, and
yeah, pretty much. that
that will go for a couple hundred thousand miles.
Oof, traffic is getting a bit unsettling, let's say.
So the gap is now 1 minute and 20 seconds between P1 and P2. So just a programming note that we will be, the broadcast will the stream will end. The broadcasters will take their naps in about an hour from now. Uh, so at the end of this, we will switch over to part 3 of the stream. So you'll have to go find you'll have to go find the new one and bounce over. I think, not sure. I don't YouTube a lot, so but we'll get it switched over. We'll bring it back in with the advertisements, and then we'll start the stream off. It'll be silent, and then you'll get to just watch racing until we return, which I think will be in 7 hours from now, if I'm correct.
I think it's 8 hours. So
8 hours from now. It will be 8:30 GMT is when we will be. No, I'm sorry. It'll be 10:30 GMT when we're back.
So 9 hours from now.
Yeah. So
9 hours.
Yeah. So we will get a chance to get some shut eye, and then when we come back, it will be myself again, along with my partner in crime, Vitor, and then we'll bring in a couple of new guys. I think we'll get Mark Benny for a couple hours. Get him in here. It'll be his first time, I think, in the stream, and then we'll get Dylan Tokyo Drift Stone in for the remainder of the race, so it'll be fun. So it looks like that Fuga is taking their pit stop now. So is it? I don't know. I didn't really count the laps last time. So is it like Fuga's off maybe half a stint? So maybe 4 or 5 laps, which from them to MJR, something like that.
So Fuga just pitted. Let me check that. Yeah, they're in the pits. So MJR pitted on lap 282 and they are on 295, and Garage 69 pitted on lap 288, which is 6 laps after MJR. What happened there? It seems that they are extending their. So we saw once that they extended their they had extended their laps by 1, so they pitted 1 lap after. But now it's 6 laps.
Interesting.
Yeah. Was there a driver change? No, there was no driver changes. The last few hours.
Yeah,
I have no idea. Maybe run the car. Lower on fuel.
I was going to say, well, I mean, you can do some fuel savings, but I'm not sure you're going to get 5 laps of fuel savings.
Exactly.
And you can't run the car on batteries by itself, or not very fast.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So let's look at some of the. I'm going to kind of look through my sheet here and see where we don't have really any major battles. We do actually take that back. P6 and P7 in class for LMP2. BC Voigt is in the car for car number 19, which is Reaper. He is about 0.3 of a second ahead of Dmitry Ivanov in FFW Kislenko. Some of the other gaps, as we pop this up on the screen, you can see the battle there. Nikki Bakken in car 72 is in P2 in the LMP2 class. They are 3.8 seconds behind P1 of Marvin Dienst in the car 87, which that is Shawshank. And then car 72 is stage 1. The other close battles on track is the battle in the GTE class for the podium positions. Ryan Parkins of Porsche Sport is in P1. Nils Core in car 26 for Bro Sim Racing is 7 seconds back in P2. And Maxime Gruel in Hexa Racing Purple in the Ferrari is about 8.5 seconds behind P2. So that is the podium positions in GTE separated by 15 seconds. That's pretty good after 10 hours of racing. So that's interesting.
I was just watching some gaps here.
As we can see, this is P9 and P10 overall. And if you look, about 7.5 seconds behind them is Shawshank Racing, who is P1 in their class, P5 overall, to put them a lap down. So this is the 6th and 7th place cars in the class being put a lap down 10 hours into the race, or about to be put a lap down 10 hours into the race. Potentially. We say potentially because, things.
Put, one more lap down.
Yeah, things happen, right?
Yeah. That's true. But Shawshank has really been very consistent staying at the front. And it does seem that turn one pitted on lap, so 10 laps earlier than Shawshank Racing. So because Shawshank pitted last lap, I think. Yeah, it does seem so. So they're on a lap on 280, and they pitted on lap 279. So yeah, they're coming. So their drivers unlap themselves and will get lapped when they go to the pits again. So they have been getting some stellar pace throughout all drivers. And currently, Marvin has been in the car for more than 2 hours. He did more than 20 laps already, more than 60 laps already. He got into the car in lap 219. It's lap 280, and he's still in the car.
That's an impressive stint.
It's very impressive. And his lap times haven't been slow at all. He has been averaging the 03s and 04s consistently, which is, okay, let's say it's 1.5 seconds slower than their best lap, but they are at the front. They have 2 laps or 1 lap advantage over the other cars. They don't need to be pushing that 1 second difference all the time, and they probably might have traffic in front all the laps. So yeah, definitely what's going to bring this victory home for them is the consistency and keeping out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game for the endurance events. Just kind of trying to keep the car clean. As you can see, as we've seen already, 10 hours into the race, that it doesn't take much to change the your outlook on things in this race.
Yeah, so Charles, you definitely, I know you watched the real life Daytona 24, and I don't know if you actually looked at some tweets of some drivers, but some were saying, "Oh, so iRacing is really like real life because everybody was driving like it was iRacing." What are your
Yeah.
comments on that?
Are we talking about the Bruno Spengler incident at the beginning of the race? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, it might be one of those, but
Yeah,
not just that one, but
where
like
where he's
everybody.
wrecking cars coming to the green flag.
Oh yeah, that was one of them. But
Yes, that was.
that was one of them. But more importantly, the way that people were driving flat out and taking risks that you probably wouldn't take,
Yeah.
considering it's real life racing and you have you're 2 or 3 hours into a 24-hour race. It's
Yeah,
not the
we
risk that you
yeah
want to take.
we talk about all that, take about that all the time because there are a few, and I'm not gonna name any names. I don't want to give anybody any pub that
Oh yeah.
that doesn't pay me for it, obviously. Uh, that but some real life race drivers that are iRacers and Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers, and yeah, you would think that some of the moves they make in iRacing they would never do on the racetrack, and then you see them doing the exact same things on the racetrack that you would expect to see them doing in iRacing. And so it's like, yeah, I don't know if I think that all changes when the people who are actually writing the checks for these cars in, you're going to start buying parts. If you can't keep the nose clean, you're going to start buying the new nose for the car, and we're going to take it out of your paycheck. And I think you may see the racing standards change after that, because I know, I mean, guys like Wayne Taylor Racing or Chip Ganassi Racing. These guys put a lot of money into their racing programs. They hire hundreds and hundreds of people, um, and they don't want some bonehead race car driver go out there and try and punt somebody going through or coming into
Yeah.
the international horseshoe, right?
Absolutely.
Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think that cleans itself up, uh, pretty quickly. Um,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
mm, I'm just going to say, that the Bruno Spengler thing, notwithstanding, I think that was just a boneheaded thing to do. And I've actually had the pleasure of racing with him in iRacing. I've been in a few races with him where the splits were quite big. We'll say that because his iRating and my iRating are not that close together.
Yeah.
But I have been in a race or two with him, and he usually seems to be a pretty good racing driver. So, but that was just kind of like I said, kind of a bonehead thing.
Oh yeah. So definitely from at least the perspective of comparison. So those things actually happen in real life. So
They,
iRacing is quite true.
yeah, our racing has become real racing, and so I heard the chime of the Discord boxed and looked over to see Mr. Colin Tabor come back in to say hello. Colin, how are you?
I'm well, Charles. Thank you.
You
We're
get a
at the
little
midnight
rest?
hour. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
gotten a little rest, a little time off. I started the pulled chicken in the slow cooker, and it's about 8:45 p.m. where I'm sitting tonight, and manning the steward's desk right now. But things look quiet, so I thought I'd stop in and
Absolutely.
Well, it's good that they are quiet.
participate. Yeah,
Yes.
good,
Yeah.
good. People have settled in. Yeah, overall, having spent some time in the steward's office now, I'd say overall the race is going a lot smoother than the last one. There's a lot of reasons for that. Number one, drivers are doing a better job with their decision making, um, and the track is so much longer. We've got 7
Right.
kilometers, and it's spacious and a little bit more appropriately laid
Yeah.
out for the fast LMPs, especially.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, obviously the big story since you've been gone. I know when you were here, Fuga was up by 2 laps, and they're no longer up by 2 laps. So I'm sure you were in the stewards room when that whole discussion about their hardware failure came about, and it seems like it was resolved between the drivers and the teams as gentlemen racers, which is what we always like to see, as opposed to everybody throwing penalties at people and things like that. So it's good to see that. And of course, now Patrick Pelchat's back in the car and is just murdering the track at this point. I mean, it's been a vicious assault since he's been back in there making up time, hand over fist.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so many interesting aspects to that. I think it's fine for the drivers to sort of work these things out amongst themselves. The stewards are there, I believe, to help. When tempers get hot, people don't necessarily communicate the best, right? So this is what we're there to do, to create a buffer between the teams so that fair play can be administered. That said, in this case, the team that was impacted on the GTE side took it upon themselves to just address that with the team from Fuga on their own. From our perspective, Fuga stopping obviously on the track just after the pit entry was looked like a very poor decision. It looked like they missed their pit.
Yep.
And I can understand bit of outrage at that. That's probably not what anybody is planning to do, but in the moment, it looked like they just decided to do that and try and back up and get into the pit. Now, having understood there was a hardware failure involved as well, that has an impact, but at the end of the day, the action is still the action, right?
Right.
So
yeah, we thought the exact same thing, because that's really it was just odd where he stopped, and that's the only thing that we could kind of guess was going on, was that he needed to come in and pit, and just forgot to, and then just made one bad decision.
Yeah, in the moment.
So in a moment of I guess frustration / confusion. But like I said, we were glad to hear that it was something out of his control. So hardware failure. Like I said, I originally thought it was the SCCR car. Turns out it was not. It was the BroSim Sport or BroSim Racing GT car.
Yep, they're being a bro.
Yeah, they were being a bro. So it is all good. So it was,
Yeah,
but it definitely turned the tables on the race. So
right. Well, the other thing I was going to point out. Wow, that was close. The Fuga team kind of took their own penalty, right? I mean, there wasn't much we could do to. I mean, we would have made it a little worse with another penalty, but I think that probably maybe played into Bro's thoughts as well, as they looked at the approach and thought, gee, if I just got 14 minutes of repairs on my car, would I want to also get another lap from the stop and go? I mean, and the thing with this track, the stop and goes are so punitive because the long pit lane that just, 60 seconds of moving through the pit lane, plus the slowdown, the transit, in other words, is 60 seconds before you even stop the car for any stop and go or pit stop. So it's
you need almost half a lap of fuel to actually make the pit.
Yeah, I kind of made the joke in the YouTube chat earlier today. It's the only track with the pit lanes longer than the track itself.
Yeah.
And it is when you're going through there at 64 kilometers per hour. It
Yeah,
feels
yeah.
like forever.
Yep, if you're an LMP1 especially, that's more than a half a lap.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, overall, the racecraft has been great. You know, it's nice to
I agree.
see the the competitive GTE field really heating up at the front as some of the teams kind of recover from some incidents they may have had. You know, this and that.
So we were talking about this. I want to see if you've encountered this or not, because I have. Vitor says he hasn't. So we were talking about the new software, and it's showing that a car, it's showing, it's displaying things that are not quite true. It's kind of it's kind of So Blanchimont, if you go wide at Blanchimont at a certain point, it will cue your pit's um, crew chief to give you the warning, hey, make sure you keep your car at pit lane speed. Have you ever had that? Have you ever had that happen to you?
Well, I don't use crew chief, so
Okay.
no. The answer is no.
Okay. Well, then never mind.
Yeah,
So
it's a good question.
it's similar to the fake yellow flag coming out of the infield at Daytona.
Yeah.
If you get too far on the inside of that, it just throws a yellow, and it's like, okay, I feel like there's nothing here. But the instant you don't think about it is when there's a car that's spinning over in the infield,
right,
just trying to get himself righted back because they lost it through that corner. So I don't know. I thought other people had seen that, but maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm taking it way too deep through Blanchimont.
Well, if you're getting that, you might be if you're almost in the pit lane. But
well, I mean, you're still a half a click, You're still 500 meters from the chicane. So it's like I said, it's strange that maybe I'll have to record that for people so they'll see it. Oh, just by the way, as a race update, Robin Zitfel's in the car for MJR Racing Team. They've pitted. Apparently, they've done the driver change. The gap is now 46 seconds back to P2 and Fukusim Sport.
yeah, they're closing it up. It's gonna. I mean, Fuga's got more than enough time to put a few laps on the field at the pace they've been going earlier in the race. So it'll be exciting to see them do it. The one thing I was going to mention about what you mentioned about the pit lane debacle is that it may have some relationship to the fact that there's some an incident triggered when cars enter the pit lane in the race management software that we're using at the moment. Half the time it'll say, oh, there's an incident or a crash when someone's just driving into the pit lane. So I think around that part of the track, iRacing may have trouble keeping track of the cars.
Yep. And of course, we through the soon trademark iRacing soon out there. So that's when the fix is coming for it, which it may never get fixed. I know the Daytona bug's been there since I've been in iRacing, 2 years. I don't know how long you've been in iRacing, longer than I have. It may have been here since you were here. So I don't know though. So we're kind of like you. We're just sitting watching the race, and if things come up that we can go look at, we'll go look at it. Otherwise, we're letting iRacing give us the most exciting lap passes that we can.
I think the closest thing we have right now at the moment is Battle for 7th on the LMP2 car, which is on LMP2 class, which I think is what we're watching right now. Yep, it is.
Yep. Yep, that's the Thomas A. Farth in the Freaky Fast car. He's ahead of V.E.C. Voigt in Reaper Racing by about 8.5 seconds. And then Dmitry Ivanov of FFW Kislenko is a second behind him. So there's Dmitry is hanging in there. He's trying to keep that gap as tight as he can. So that is interesting. I do see another There's another battle down the list. Tobias Hald in the 7 car for Team Slowdown is about a tenth of a second behind, quarter of a second behind Jeremy Valignon of Bro Sim Racing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go into a little bit of an aside here, action permitting. Oh, we just saw a spin. Garage 69 is just taking a loop around the pesky chicane.
Yep, I think he caught a little bit of the inside curb, which I think triggered his car to go around. But we'll go back and take a look at it real quick. Yep, that's exactly what happens. He got on the inside, that sausage curb on the inside of the second part of the chicane. Ooh, little. So that's a very, a little tight on that.
Yeah, that rejoin as he's trying to get maneuvered around. I was a little, freaking out on behalf of the drivers there. Looks like though he's still solidly in third, 2 laps down. 13 laps back to next level. Not sure what happened with those guys. They were running in, up there with Garage 69 for so long.
Yeah, I think they got I think they were involved in an incident at some point in time during the race that's caused them a bit of damage.
Right.
So I know it's really down to the pits right now at the moment, but Porsche Sport is currently leading the GTE category, the class. We do have to note though that they actually got a penalty earlier, and they did have a few spins with on the early stages, which I think I remember seeing them run in 4th or 5th position, and currently they are matched in pit timings with 3rd place Bro Sim Racing. So it should be interesting to see.
You speak about them, they come up on the screen.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how is this going to play out, because currently Ronan is leading because they pitted on lap 261. We are currently on lap 270 for the GTE cars. So 9 laps in, while the Porsche Sport pitted on 245. So it's coming close, the pit timings, I'd say.
Yep. So we've seen Porsche Sport will not always have the best quality time. They'll usually be good, not necessarily great, but their race pace is tremendous. They always bring their A game during the race, and they make up many spots by being quick and consistent. And they stay out of trouble. That's a big part of it also. But Porsche Sport's always good on the long runs, so it's not a surprise to see them up at the front of the GTE field. Colin, you were going to say something earlier. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a nut for the racing history and the old information about this track. I mean, I've talked a few times on the broadcast about the old circuit and how everyone went left at Lake Holm instead of through those right-hand or right-left complex. Also looking at the history, you could see there used to be at the bottom of the hill going into Eau Rouge, there was a bend to the left there until 1939. They took a sharp left, and that was up into something called the curve of the old customs, or Virage de l'Ancien Douane. I think I'm not butchering that too badly.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like the customary bend to me in a way. But you know the story at the bottom of the hill as we watch the cars go through. There's a stream underlying the racetrack, and that's the red water, the Eau Rouge. And at that point, there was a sharp uphill. So instead of going up that hill, in 1939, the cars couldn't really handle a hill. the size of what is now Radillon. So they made a hard left and went around this detour that basically goes directly left and then makes a very sharp chicane, or sorry, U-turn at the end, a hairpin, and comes back at the top of the hill. Right, so they had a detour that got them up the hill, and in 1939 that was eliminated because I guess by then the cars had the horses to get up the hill.
That is interesting. It would be fun to find a racing software that would allow us to race some of those old configurations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're out there. You could certainly race the old Spa on the Grand Prix Legends sim. It's still out there. There's people keeping it alive with updated graphics, and it looks pretty good right now. You go on YouTube and see some videos of people driving it in those cars. So that's a heck of a lot of fun.
Well, sure. Any racing sim is fun if you enjoy racing sims, right? So
True enough.
iRacing is kind of the ultimate, but then you've got so many others for your level. What level of realism do you want?
Yep.
Do you want it to be like an arcade game, and you can go do Forza or something like that? Do you want it to be as realistic as possible? Then you've got little off. That's Tobias Hold in Team Slowdown. Got into the grass and just managed to keep it going straight and slowed down at the end of La Source. If you want realism, then you go iRacing or some of the others, R Factor or something like that. So.
Yep. Well, yeah, and you can see at the bottom of the hill, back to my earlier comments about Eau Rouge, you can see the road going off to the left. It was actually a public road till really quite recently, so still paved, and you can go see it. The rest of the roads of the old track, you can definitely travel in your automobile, and you can see kind of the old corners here and there where the track cut off and so forth. It's just fascinating. If you go on YouTube, there are a number of different videos with guides to kind of the old track and what it is today. I find that stuff fascinating. I'm sure there's about 2% of the rest of you who do, but it's just the sheer balls that everybody used to have to carry around with them to drive this stuff. It's crazy.
Well, at some point, I'm going to assume that we're all going to be released from lockdown, in which case I will be able to travel again. And Spa is absolutely on my bucket list, as well as some of the other F1 courses. Spa basically because it's around my birthday, so
Nice.
Spa weekend and or Monza weekend is about when my birthday is. So for on the F1 calendar. So eventually, we'll all get to leave our houses, and we'll get to do things other than watching iRacing on a computer, and then those will be back in my sights again. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been talking with some friends about going to 6 hours of Watkins Glen this year. In June, I feel like we may, they're selling tickets, so someone's going to be allowed in. Presumably, they're only selling 25% of them or something like that. But hey, I got the vaccine, so I'm ready to go.
Well, I'm not. I haven't got it yet. So, but that was on my list for last year. So that was my my race to go see. So that didn't work out. So it happens.
Everyone's there was sucky last year. So
I said, we'll all get back. We'll all get to do that eventually. And I'll be getting the vaccine, I'm sure, in the next couple of months. So
I've been to IndyCar at the Glen, and I was actually at the 1972 U.S. Grand Prix with Jackie Stewart at his last race, where he actually didn't race. Francois Cervera unfortunately died in practice, and Jackie quit on the spot. So,
well, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I don't even remember seeing the cars, though, because our car got stolen at the track and we spent the rest of the weekend in the police station trying to track it down. So it was just a cluster of huge proportions.
That was just what you call a bad weekend, Colin. I mean, you pay out money to go to a race. You don't get to see the race. The car you came in that got stolen. So, so even if they had even if the guy you wanted to see race decided to race, you still wouldn't get to see the race because you were in the police station the entire weekend. So, that may be the best story you've told me, Colin. I'm just
Oh yeah, you like that? Oh, good.
Yeah,
it's a good one. I mean, we were just back from East Africa, where my parents were into auto racing, right? So among other things, into the Beatles, into the Stones, into auto racing, and my mom on her own took us, me and my brother, at age I'm gonna say, like 12 and 7.
Yep.
To the Glen for the weekend for the Grand Prix, because we were used to being around motorsports, and she had done SCCA stuff, but she trusted just a little too much, left the car unlocked. I mean, I can't imagine getting into a VW Beetle was going to be hard anyway.
No, not really.
Not in 1972, and so the car was recovered in the bog at the Glen, which is a famous part of the track where there were the physical bottom of the property where all the water would accumulate should there be rain, which there was, and someone took a joyride into the bog with our VW Beetle, but we got home. I don't remember anything about the race.
Well, at 7, I can kind of see that. I think my grandfather was a huge NASCAR fan growing up, or I was growing up. But he was a huge NASCAR fan. So I remember him telling me that I've been to races before the first one I can remember when I was 16. So I was in the infield at Talladega. In '86, at the end of July, the weekend we weren't even going to go, but that happened to be that Friday was the weekend that Bill Elliott set the NASCAR record at 212 miles an hour for that lap. And so my grandfather, my stepfather, my uncle, and me jumped in the car Sunday morning, said we're going to go watch the race. And so we drove to Talladega and sat in the infield, and it was like 175 degrees. It was quite hot, being the end of July, and just enjoyed watching 43 unrestricted NASCARs.
Oh, that's right. The old before the restrictor plates.
Before the restrictor plates,
had to have been scary as hell. Talking about big balls.
It was for us listening to for us in the infield. It was basically a 3-hour earthquake because those cars would cause the ground to shake as they went by. But Bill Elliott ended up, I think, cutting a tire down early in the race. Was almost 2 laps down. Came back without the aid of 14 caution flags, lapped the field twice to win the race. You're talking about massive amount of guts to drive a car that fast for that long.
Yeah. Well, all these guys. I mean, it's amazing watching some of the old racing and the open wheel. Even if it could be, it's crazier. Although we know those guys probably in NASCAR weren't using seatbelts.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the old pictures of the guys in the 70s where they're out with a open face helmet and a T-shirt with a pack of Marlboros rolled up in the sleeve.
In the T-shirt sleeve, yeah. Rapid Roy, that stock car boy. In the words of Jim Croce. If you ever want to check out a great racing song, that's one of the best ones there are.
So yeah, those guys were just absolutely. I mean, they were just pure racers. And of course, 2 years later, Bobby Allison almost killed half the grandstand, getting thrown up in the air into the fence, tore the catch fence down. Actually, did end up killing somebody, and that's when they implemented the restricted plates. That was the last non-restricted race, I think.
Oh, that's an interesting factoid there. I did not know that. I'm not as big of a NASCAR junkie as I am of open wheel
Well, I mean,
and sports cars.
well, that was the race I got to go see. That was what ignited my passion for racing.
Okay.
So I've always been a fan of and all versions of racing. I'll watch a NASCAR race or I'll watch a Formula One, IMSA,
Sure.
the Euro trucks. If I catch them out there, I'll watch those guys race because those guys are just absolutely crazy. Also, um, but so yeah, it's just anything. Put was it Henry Ford that says the first race happened immediately after the second car was made, or
Yeah,
something?
right,
Yeah.
right. That's pretty much close, if not exactly correct.
Yeah.
Vitor, what was your first driving or racing sort of seminal experiences with seeing racing that kind of got you hooked?
For me, it was never something real, like in real, not in
Right,
real
right.
life, but seeing it in person. Um, I do remember watching F1 back in 2004-ish, 2003, 2004, when I was a little kid, because my father used to watch it on. We have on we had it on national TV, and I just remembered the intro and all of that because I knew it was Formula One time, you know. And at the time, it seemed boring. Um, I mean, I didn't pay too much attention to it because I was just a little kid, you know. Uh, but I do remember listening to those cars and how my father would actually watch that like from start to the end and actually get mad at the TV and everything, you know. And so pretty much that was my first big impact with racing. And then I kind of liked the cars, but I just couldn't watch the whole race because I was just a little kid. I wanted to play. I wanted to, you know, all of those stuff. Um, then I remember there was a second experience, which that was in person already. I was still a little kid, but my father took me to an indoor go-kart track, and he was talking to the guy, the mechanic or something, about me driving one of those cars, but he was too scared that I would get hurt, and when I was a little kid, I had a heart problem, like not really a heart problem, but it wasn't diagnosed, so they didn't know what it was, and my father was a bit scared to actually put me in the go-kart and something would happen to me or something. So yeah, I never, when I was a little kid, I always had the little bug, you know, the little curiosity and the little passion that's genetic, I'd say. Um, and yes, so I always liked cars ever since I was a little kid. Pretty much, I always liked my Hot Wheels and all of those things.
Oh, I had so many Hot Wheels. Don't get me started.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Me
nuts
too.
about it when I was little. I would race my Hot Wheels. I would like make these tracks in my room on the floor, and I'd assign people to the cars in my mind. It was crazy. And I will tell you, the most scariest part is that I used to, when you had to do creative writing in school. Well, I would just make up a race. Like, here's, my friend, first, second, and third. How did it go? I'd just make up all this stuff that might happen. It was very childish, of course, and very innocent.
Oh, that's cool.
Silly.
That's cool.
I don't know if any of that still exists anywhere. I'm not aware of it existing.
What, Hot Wheels?
Like that? The actual, like my compositions. On the subject of fictional racing.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know that they still have creative writing, but I don't know.
Yes, and we still have Hot Wheels. My kids are both race fans because of me. They're city kids completely, having grown up in Manhattan their entire lives, but they are not. They're race fans nonetheless. I took them to a few different races, when I was younger, mostly IndyCar. So, yeah.
Oh, so unfortunately, For me, there was only one Grand Prix in Portugal ever since I'm alive, which was Portimao last year.
Right.
It might happen again, I don't know.
Right.
But it was just bad timing because we're not ready financially to actually go and see it, you know.
I'm sure it's but going to an F1 race is an incredibly big financial, I think, expedition, especially in Europe where it's such a premier motorsport. Here in the U.S., I did go to the USGP at Indianapolis the second year after they brought it back, which was now, a long time ago now. It was before the big. We all remember that, right? I think it's really cool to have them driving on the Indy Oval,
Yeah.
But that was before the big cluster screw up with the tires that one year where
Michelin
only
and
10 cars
yeah.
drove.
Right. Yeah. The rest of them just said, no, we're not driving.
Yeah, I mean, the sound of it was just so great. I mean, Schumacher was still driving. I think Montoya. It was great years, but had a great time.
Yeah, Tom Binloff's our senior race director, and I were talking about this over the course of the 24 hours of Daytona weekend, talking about him flying over and coming down, and me driving down and meeting him, and us going to the race, because it's like, well, how much are the tickets? Aren't they expensive? It's like, no. It's like $60 for the entire weekend.
Oh, you're talking about Coda going over there? I'd love to go there.
Coda, unfortunately, the F1 races are still like hundreds of dollars, yes. But no, for the IMSA 24 hours of Daytona, it was like $60.
That's right. Yeah. IMSA tickets are really quite affordable. It's one of the great things about it, Yeah.
And I went to Indy at Barber Motorsports Park 2 years ago, and I think the weekend tickets were $40 or $50. So quite affordable, especially when I can just, drive over there.
Right.
It's 15 minutes away, so just it's not
lucky devil.
Yeah, it's not like it's a lot of work to get to that one for me. But yeah, still the tickets are, like I said, $60. And I went to Road Atlanta same year, 2019, and the tickets for that were not just horribly expensive either. It was like 65 or 70, something like that, for a 10-hour race for the IMSA series. So.
Yep, I think the last race I saw was an IMSA event at Lime Rock, which is also driving distance from my home. We went up there and we think we camped. I'm trying to remember exactly what we did. I think we just went for the day.
Okay.
Just went for the day.
To be honest, everything you guys say, it's driving distance. For me, it's like the whole country,
Right.
Yes. Yeah, I can drive the whole country, but it takes several days to do that. I mean, because it's legitimately from the eastern side of Texas to the western side of Texas. It is 24 hours of driving. So.
Yeah, but that's a lot.
Yeah, Texas is a big state. One of the bigger.
Yeah. So, I mean, from my house to, if I were going to drive to Austin, I think it's a 13 or 14-hour drive.
So yeah,
I mean, definitely doable, but not that I'm not necessarily want to.
Okay, but you see, like you say, like go to Barber or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But some of those places around you say driving distance, and you don't mind like going 6 hours driving. 6 hours driving is for me going to the end of the country. You know?
Yeah.
For us, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, I get it. No, when I say driving distance, I drove to Road Atlanta when I went to that race, and it was like a 3.5 hour drive or something. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. It just basically says, is it cheaper for me to drive or cheaper for me to fly? Road Atlanta was cheaper to drive if I went to, say,
Watkins Glen.
If I went to Watkins Glen, I may drive it just because it's a vacation. I'm taking a vacation. If I was going to go for a weekend, if I was going to Austin, so I'd fly from Birmingham to Dallas, and which is like a 2-hour flight, and it's about $150 or something like that. So,
Well, for me, it's not that the tickets were very expensive. It was like 80 euros or something. Oh, but for us, it's kind of big because you have to you waste like 200 or more on gas.
Yeah.
To go and come back, and then you have stay. You have that's.
I'm going to. You have something that we don't have. I'm going to guess. I don't know Portugal, like I know other countries in Europe, but I bet you have a pretty decent train system.
We do.
Okay, so that's something that we really don't have here. So you can go.
The country's just too big, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you could take a train from East Coast to West Coast. You wouldn't want to take a train from East Coast. You could drive it faster than you could take the train, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So I could take a train from, where I live to say like New Orleans, which is like 6 hours, which would be fun, but I wouldn't want to go much further than that on a train.
Yeah, it can be fun. There are lines in the U.S. It's not completely trainless, but it's so far behind Europe and certainly Asia, like Japan.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You could do the whole country of Japan. I mean, on a train. I think it's I think you're right. I think it's the country's too big and there are not enough. There are too many gaps, right? So you may jump on the train. I may jump on the train here, and there'd be 6 stops between here and New Orleans. But I couldn't go beyond that because there's nothing to connect New Orleans to anything else. Or you'd have to change trains to go to the next one. But, like I said.
Yeah, it takes forever to get anywhere on trains. I mean, they do sell like a pass where you could get a pass where you sort of get unlimited travel for a month. You can run around the country. I say run, I mean the opposite. They have very scenic lines through beautiful country, so you can see a lot of the U.S. via train. But there's nothing like the high-speed network. There's only one semi-high-speed line, and that's in the Northeast Corridor between like Boston and Washington D.C. Yeah, and that's even not to the standard of your normal high-speed train in Italy, for example, where I visited a few years ago, and we took the high-speed train from Rome to Florence and to Venice. I mean, it was so much fun and so cool because it's just so modern. And it felt a lot like an Amtrak train, like the Northeast Corridor train, but it was not as amazing. So how is our race going? I know we're actually we're actually here to broadcast a race. It looks like the Sim Sports closing in slowly. Am I wrong?
There are still
They've
cars
just
on the
pitted
track.
again.
So I think Fuga just came into the pits. The gap between Fuga and MJR and P1 is 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Must be 1 minute and 41 seconds. I don't know.
No, I'm thinking
2 minutes sounds like there's a lap time. There's a pit stop involved with that somewhere.
There's a pit stop involved. There's about I think a 6 or 7 lap difference in the pits between those two cars.
Which one?
Between MJR and Fuga Sim Sport.
10 laps. 11 laps. There's
11 laps? Okay.
Yeah, Fuga pitted 11 laps later.
Okay. So let's go through there. We got Tobias Cantor still in the car for Garage 69 there in P3. Eilis de Vries for Next Level Racing. The LMP1 car is in P4. In the LMP2 class, Marvin Dienst for Shawshank is still in the lead. Marcus Romer for Turn 1 Pro Divers in P2. Nikki Bakken in Stage 1 Racing is in P3. Daniel Hernandez Galan for Banzu RX. Flo is in P4, and Benjamin Johnson I say Daniel Hernandez Galan correctly, and I can't get Benjamin Johnson. For Venom Works is in P5 in class. Reaper Racing in P6, BC Voigt Driving, FFW Kislenko, Dmitry Ivanov in P7, Thomas Safarth in Freaky Fast. In P8, Gary Hickman for Ronan Simsport. In P9, Prescott Campbell for Leo Racing in P10. We have Alessio Generetti in P11, and that is the Team Slowdown. Brosim Racing, Tobias Hold in P12, DeWild Stephen for Quality Control in P13, and then Christopher White for, I'm sorry, that's for Quality Control. DeWild Stephen is for Brosim Racing. Tobias Hold, let's get everybody right, Team Slowdown. Yep, and that is the end of the LMP2 class.
All right, guys, I got a few incidents to look into. I'm going to step back into the steward's office.
All right.
I know you guys will be going off the air shortly, so I'll bid you good night for the night shift. We'll see everybody in the next segment on YouTube.
Bye-bye. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So Ronan Simsport GTE is in the lead. Jake Donald behind the wheel. Nils Core for Bro Sim Racing in P2. In the Corvette, Maxime Gruel, Hexa Racing Team Purple in P3. Josh Cam in P4 for Porsche Sport. Mads L. Jensen in Team Slow Pace, P5. Ezekiel Monteiro for Juncos in P6. Joao. All right. This is why we brought you in, Vitor. There you go.
João Fialho.
Thank you. For Core Motorsports in P7. Niels Teasters, Next Level Racing 2 in P8. Bart Decoteur for Garage 69. Ante Mikulik for SCCR Sim Sports in P10. Justin Niger for Next Level Racing number 1 in P11. Thomas McDonald, Quality Control Racing GT-AM in P12. And that is the last of our runners. We still only have 3 cars that have left the race. Everybody else is still running. So it's been an exciting first half of the race. We are at 10 hours and 50 minutes in to the 24-hour event. At this point, we are going to sign off. Thank you for tuning in. As I said, that we will end the stream. We'll bring it up as part 3, so there'll be a delay and a crossover, and then we'll get our ads for our wonderful sponsors, Unified Potential, Swindon Care Center. We'll get them in there, and then we will see you back here in about 9 hours' time for the remainder of the race. Thanks for stopping in. We'll catch everybody in about 9 hours. So if it's nighttime, have